Chapter 5092. The legendary nefarious race is actually living here. I didn't expect it. The golden skeleton said. Their voices came out with the vibration of their soul fire. It was no different from other creatures speaking. Indeed. Legend has it that countless years ago, the nefarious race was also a big race in the underworld. Later, the king of the race led the army of the race to a certain place and never returned. The nefarious race also declined. Now it seems that the nefarious race came to conquer the primitive universe back then. A being that looked like a dog skeleton said. Not only that, but I also heard that the 9 demonic spider, the dark sky warriors, the dark sky vine race, the primordial light race, the baleful race, the ice fire race, and the blue sea race were all big races in the underworld. Almost at the same time as the nefarious race, the kings of these races led an army to conquer a certain place and then disappeared together. It seems that they all came to the primitive universe. Yes, it's not just these 8 races. At that time, at least 20 big races disappeared together. The other skeletons were discussing. Now it seems that these big races came to attack the primitive universe at the same time. But according to the time, the primitive universe was not strong enough at that time. Its ranking in the world of the living was far from the 11th place. It was far from being as powerful as the later ones. Why did so many big races attack the primitive universe at the same time? And it seems that they failed. Otherwise, why would the primitive universe become more prosperous later on? The golden skeleton asked. I'm not sure. It seems to involve an important matter, but it's hard to say now. The dog skeleton said. Logically speaking, the primitive universe was far from being powerful back then. There weren't many top powerhouses. More than 20 royal races attacked the primitive universe together. How could they fail? Moreover, the passage to the primitive universe was not sealed at that time. Even if the royal races failed, why didn't they leave? Why did they live in the primitive universe and become the so-called forbidden area of the primitive universe? The golden skeleton continued. Young master, I really don't know these. Unless it's a big shot of that era, perhaps he or she knows some secrets. Or we can ask the people of the nefarious race and the baleful race. The people of these races don't seem to be from this era. They were sealed a long time ago. The dog skeleton said. Yeah, let's go. Let's leave this place. In the depths of this place, there are terrifying existences that we can't deal with. Let's go to other places and capture a few people to ask. The golden skeleton said. There were many who had the same question as them. This was because the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area used to be the royal clans of the Netherworld countless years ago. Any royal race was famous in the 30,000 great cosmoses of the world. However, back then, more than 20 royal races attacked a certain place together and disappeared together. At that time, it caused a huge uproar. Ever since the main forces of those clans disappeared, those clans started to decline and were replaced by other royal clans. Who would have thought that these races would be in the Your Wilds universe? And now, there were only 8 clans left. Many people wanted to know what had happened back then. They naturally did not dare to attack the headquarters of the various forbidden lands. Instead, they secretly captured the people of the various forbidden lands and interrogated them. However, the results were disappointing. The people of the forbidden lands didn't know the details of what had happened in the past. All they knew was that they had followed their king to attack the Your Wilds universe, and had suffered a crushing defeat. Many kings of the royal races were killed, and their corpses floated on the Your Wilds universe. This shocked the living beings of the Outerverse. Since the kings of a race could be called kings, they were all extremely terrifying existences. They were not kings of the mortal world, but kings of the immortal Tao. Each of them was definitely a pinnacle existence, a figure whose name shook countless great cosmoses. Even such figures were dead. What exactly did they encounter? According to the timeline, the 3 kings of the human race hadn't been born yet in the Your Wilds universe at that time. What exactly did those races encounter? Unfortunately, no one could say for sure. Soon, they put down these questions. Fighting for the benefits in front of them was the most important thing. Although many ruins and mystic grounds couldn't be opened yet and couldn't be entered, the various great cosmoses and orthodoxies were fighting fiercely. They had to occupy them first. In any case, after a few hundred years, the origin tribulation would be over. The true powerhouses of the great cosmoses and orthodoxies would be able to descend and break open these ruins and mystic grounds to obtain the treasures inside. In addition to fighting for the ruins and mystic grounds, there were also battles between young geniuses. Some famous geniuses from the 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands and the human race of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm were also challenged. For example, during this period, many young geniuses had come to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm to challenge Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji and the others. These geniuses of the Outerverse were all astonishingly strong. They had all sorts of amazing techniques and were born with powerful bloodlines. Even though they were all at the 3rd stage of breaking through, the geniuses of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm were no match for them. Other than Fu Yuan, who fought to a draw with one person, the others were defeated one by one. Lu Ming was focused on tempering himself in seclusion and turned a deaf ear to the challenges in the outside world. Even if someone challenged him by name, he ignored it. His current thoughts were all on how to break through to the origin tribulation. A year after Lu Ming's battle with the 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands, a piece of news spread. The number 1 genius of the Dark Sky Warriors, Wu Ju, had been challenged. Ever since Enchanting broke through to the origin tribulation, Wu Ju was the only one left in the Your Wilds universe who had broken through 4 times. There was no doubt that the person who challenged Wu Ju was also a 4-time 9th stage cultivator. He was a freak from an extremely prosperous great cosmos in the Yang realm called the Great Cosmos of Tianguang. The Great Cosmos of Tianguang was one of the top 100 great cosmoses of the Yang realm. The battle between 2 4-time 9th stage cultivators attracted the interest of countless people and attracted a large number of spectators. However, Lu Ming remained motionless and continued his seclusion. In the end, news spread that Wu Ju had been defeated. The two had exchanged more than 500 moves, but Wu Ju was still no match for Lu Ming. Even Lu Ming was moved when he heard the news. Wu Ju was as famous as Shi Tianting in the past. It was said that the two had fought more than 10 times, but the outcome had never been decided. Lu Ming was very clear about how strong Shi Tianting was. If not for the home field advantage, Lu Ming might not have been able to defeat Shi Tianting. As for Tianchong, he was also a freak from the great cosmos of Tianguang. He was also suppressed in the desolate universe, but he had still been able to defeat Wu Ju despite being suppressed. After defeating Wu Ju, Tianchong's confidence and condition reached a peak. Then, an even more shocking piece of news spread. Tianchong wanted to break through to the origin realm. Under the great tribulation of the origin realm, the impact on the origin realm shocked countless people. Chapter 5093. Tianchong was a peerless genius from Tianguang Great Cosmos. He had broken through 4 times, and his ambition was higher than the heavens. He had the ambition to become a king, and in Tianguang Great Cosmos, he was practically an era-suppressing figure. He was invincible among his peers. When he learned that the antediluvian universe was at the end of its origin source calamity, he immediately rushed over and prepared to break through. He challenged Wu Ju to adjust his condition and boost his confidence. After defeating Wu Ju, Tianchong's aura soared, and his condition reached its peak. He was about to break through, and this attracted the attention of many experts. A large number of experts rushed over to where Tianchong was breaking through. Most of these geniuses were from the Outerverse. These geniuses all had the ambition to become a king, and they all wanted to break through during the origin source calamity. Watching others break through was undoubtedly a better choice. When Lu Ming heard the news, he was also tempted. He ended his seclusion and headed over to where Tianchong was breaking through. Recently, he felt that his condition was already at its peak. After carefully inspecting his body over 100 times, he felt that there were no flaws or weaknesses. However, every time he wanted to break through a bottleneck and break through, he would feel a great danger. This was a kind of origin source, a manifestation of extremely sharp spiritual perception that could seek fortune and avoid calamity. Lu Ming could not figure out the reason no matter how much he thought about it. Perhaps he could find the reason by watching others break through. When Lu Ming arrived, there were already mountains and seas of people. The number of living beings here was astonishing. Most of them were from other universes, and most of them were young people. Lu Ming changed his appearance and concealed his aura. He blended into the crowd and secretly observed. He was shocked. These young people all had powerful auras and were peerless geniuses. Lu Ming sensed an aura similar to Shi Tianting's from many of them. Lu Ming was sure that there were quite a few who had broken through 4 times. Lu Ming observed for a while and found at least 30 geniuses of this level. 30 was a shocking number. In the past, aside from Lu Ming, there were only Shi Tianting and Wu Ju in the various forbidden zones. Furthermore, they were not from this era and had been sealed in ancient times. At the scene, there were suspected to be 30 existences who had broken through the 4th time, or perhaps even more. The fact that they had all gathered here was simply too shocking. But from another perspective, this was normal. There were only a few people in a great cosmos who had broken through 4 times. However, these people didn't come from the same great cosmos. They came from different great cosmoses in the Yang realm and the Yin realm. These people were all ambitious and wanted to break through under the great tribulation of the origin. That was why they had rushed to the primitive universe. It could only be said that the territory of the Yin-Yang universe ocean was too large. Even if there was one in each great cosmos, there would be tens of thousands of them. Of course, it was impossible for every great cosmos to produce an elite who had broken through 4 times. This was unrealistic. It was very difficult for weaker great cosmoses to produce an elite who had broken through 4 times. However, he couldn't say that he was 100% sure. Some of the weaker great cosmoses would also have rare monstrous geniuses. They would rise up and become unparalleled powerhouses. They would lead their great cosmoses to rise continuously, and their rankings would skyrocket. Although such examples were rare, they were not unheard of. These young geniuses each stood in a different direction with their own followers. They were like the overlords of their respective regions. Moreover, Lu Ming found that most of these creatures had taken human form. This made Lu Ming feel a little strange. Lu Ming didn't believe that the true forms of these creatures were all in human form. There were probably all kinds of them, but why did they all take human form? Could it be that the human race had such an influence in the universe ocean? Lu Ming didn't quite believe it. At the peak of the primitive universe, it was only ranked 11th in the Yang realm. It had some influence, but it wasn't that great. Could it be that all the creatures thought that the human form was the most beautiful? Lu Ming denied this guess. It wasn't very reliable. Lu Ming reckoned that there must be some inside story that he didn't know. He could only slowly find an opportunity to inquire about it in the future. He disguised himself and blended into the crowd, so he didn't stand out. Even if there were people from the 8 forbidden races here, they wouldn't pay attention to Lu Ming, mainly because there were too many creatures. A few days later, Tianchong began to break through. However, the results shocked everyone. Because in the end, Tianchong failed and died under the origin source tribulation, turning into ashes. Lu Ming discovered that the power of the origin source tribulation this time was much stronger than when Shi Tianting broke through. Although Tianchong was extremely talented and powerful, stronger than Shi Tianting and Wu Ju of the same realm, he still couldn't withstand it. His unwilling roar shook the void of the universe, but in the end, it was useless and he turned into ashes. Some of Tianchong's protectors were anxious and wanted to save him, but they also died under the origin source tribulation. The scene fell silent. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. It was like a bucket of cold water being poured over the heads of those ambitious geniuses. They knew very well how strong Tianchong was. When he was fighting with all his strength just now, he had displayed his strength to the extreme. Whether it was his physical body or soul, they had both reached a peak. Even though they were also at the 4th level of the extreme break, some people felt that they were inferior to Tianchong. If Tianchong was defeated, how could they succeed? Breaking through under the origin source tribulation was so difficult. No, When Enchanting broke through, the power of the origin source tribulation was far from this strong. Why is Tianchong's breakthrough so powerful? Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming glanced around and found that it was the #1 genius of the nefarious tribe, Evil Cicada. Evil Cicada had seen Enchanting break through. Among the people present, except for the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area and some of the people in the Azure Divine Realm, no one from the Outerverse had seen Enchanting break through. Someone immediately asked, "What did you say? Are you saying that when Enchanting broke through, the suppression of the origin source tribulation wasn't that great?" "Yes, it's far from that. Yes, it's far from that. Otherwise, Enchanting couldn't have broken through successfully." Several geniuses from the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area spoke one after another. "I see. I understand now. It's the cosmic sea's berserk." A youth from the Outerverse said. "What's the cosmic sea's berserk?" Some people who didn't understand asked. Legend has it that during the origin source tribulation, once someone breaks through to the origin realm under the origin source tribulation, it will cause the cosmic sea to go berserk. If someone wants to break through later, the cosmic sea will go berserk, and the origin source tribulation suppression will increase exponentially. It will be difficult for anyone to break through under the origin source tribulation. The person from before explained. "Yes, I've also heard of such rumors. Not all origin source tribulations are like this. Many universes experience origin source tribulations, but it's not like this. No one will break through and cause the origin source tribulation suppression to increase. This is only a minority. I didn't expect to encounter it." Another person explained. Chapter 5094. Most of the people present were silent, especially those geniuses who were determined to break through under the great calamity. Their expressions were even more unsightly. If that was the case, wouldn't they have no chance? There were too many benefits to breaking through under the great calamity. Once they broke through, their potential and talent would be greatly improved, and they could greatly expand their future path. It would allow their future cultivation to be faster and more stable, surpassing their peers. How could they miss such a good opportunity? It could be said that Enchanting's breakthrough had blocked the path of the others. Why is it like this? Wu Ju's face was pale. If that was the case, wouldn't he have no chance to catch up with Enchanting? The gap between him and Enchanting was difficult to make up. Only after breaking through to the origin and obtaining other heaven-defying opportunities could he catch up. Lu Ming was the same. His expression wasn't very good either. He finally understood why he would feel a terrible sense of danger every time he tried to break through to the origin source realm. It turned out that it was because of the violent cosmic sea. The pressure of the great calamity was too strong. Even if he tried to break through with his strength, it might be difficult to succeed and he would end up dying. It wasn't that he still had a flaw, but that he didn't have the conditions. If he broke through alone, there would be no path for others. Is there no chance at all? Someone asked, unwilling to give up. It's not that there's no chance at all. As long as one is strong enough, one can break through all obstacles. Tianchong failed because he wasn't strong enough. A young man spoke. This person was wearing a white robe and was shrouded in a holy light. Even after seeing Tianchong fail, his tone and expression were still full of confidence. The peerless genius of the Holy Light Great Cosmos, Divine Wuxuang. The Holy Light Great Cosmos, ranked 9th in the Yang realm. Divine Wuxuang is also here. I heard that he has broken through 5 times. No wonder he's so confident. Not necessarily. Even if he broke through 5 times, he might not be confident of breaking through successfully. Some people discussed secretly. The Holy Light Great Cosmos, ranked 9th in the Yang realm. Lu Ming couldn't help but look at Divine Wuxuang in shock. To be able to rank in the top 10 among the tens of thousands of great cosmoses in the Yang realm was absolutely terrifying. It must be known that the end of the Your Wilds universe was the most prosperous period in the history of the Your Wilds universe. Even so, it was only ranked 11th in the world of the living. There was still a significant gap between it and 9th place. A universe like that attracted a lot of attention. Many people looked at unparalleled holy. That was especially true of the universes from the underworld. They were all wondering how they could get rid of unparalleled holy. Even in the entire universe ocean, those who broke through 5 limits were top-notch freaks. They had endless potential, and there was hope for them to become kings in the future. Once they grew up, they would become another great enemy of the underworld. This kind of future enemy should be eliminated as soon as possible. However, Divine Wushuang was fearless and still very confident. If you're strong enough, of course you can break through all obstacles. But with your divine peerless strength, you're still far from enough. If you're so capable, why don't you try breaking through? Someone mocked. Many people felt their hearts tremble. How bold of him to mock the divine and unparalleled person to his face. The sacred light great cosmos was famous for being overbearing. Anyone who offended them would not have a good ending. However, when everyone saw the person who spoke, they understood. It was a golden skeleton. Its golden bones were even more resplendent than gold. They flickered with terrifying light and looked indestructible. The ancestral immortal bone of the skeletal great cosmos. Someone muttered, sucking in a breath of cold air. The skeletal great cosmos was a top-notch great cosmos in the underworld. Among the tens of thousands of great cosmoses in the underworld, it was also ranked 7th. It was ranked even higher than the sacred light great cosmos in the Yang realm. Moreover, the ancestral immortal bone had an even more shocking origin. Legend had it that the bones of an immortal Tao human monarch had given birth to consciousness. They were born exceptionally powerful, and their bone defense was extremely terrifying. They were almost indestructible. Their only weakness was their soul. If one wanted to defeat them, they had to first defeat their soul. There's actually such a great cosmos? Bone Demon was really born in the wrong place. If he went to the skeletal great cosmos, he would be like a fish in water. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Divine Wushuang's eyes were like 2 suns as he scanned the ancestral immortal bone. In the end, he did not speak. Clearly, he was very wary of the ancestral immortal bone. Lu Ming mixed in the crowd and listened to everyone's conversation. He heard many secrets of the universe ocean. This allowed him to know more about the situation of the universe ocean. Legend has it that at the end of the prehistoric era, the human race, the Wu people, and the monster race worked together and spent countless resources to build a sky-stepping platform. Stepping on the sky-stepping platform can refine one's soul and body with the ancient power of the universe, greatly improving one's talent and potential in all aspects. I wonder if that's true. Someone began to discuss. Yes, there are detailed records in the ancient books of my race. The sky-stepping platform is also an important reason why the primitive universe was able to rise so quickly back then. It can allow their top elites to reach a higher level and give birth to more overlords, forming a virtuous cycle. However, the core material to build the sky-stepping platform is too rare and difficult to find. Many great cosmoses want to build it, but they can't. Someone else spoke and confirmed this matter. I don't know if the sky-stepping platform was preserved during the War of the Prehistoric Era. If it was preserved and we can find it, we can use it to reach a higher level and perfect all aspects. We might be able to break through under the origin tribulation. Someone whispered. This made many people's eyes burn with passion. The sky-stepping platform was a treasure of the primitive universe back then. The reason why the primitive universe was able to rise so quickly was related to it. Many great cosmoses were envious. Even many powerful great cosmoses didn't have it. Only the top 10 great cosmoses should have it. However, the sky-stepping platform couldn't be opened at will. Every time it was opened, it had to wait a long time before it could be opened again. Therefore, many of the elites of the top 10 great cosmoses hadn't stepped on the sky-stepping platform before. Hearing this, they were extremely tempted. If the sky-stepping platform of the primitive universe was still there, it hadn't been opened for countless years. Once they found it, they would definitely be able to open it. With the help of the sky-stepping platform, they could become stronger and break through under the origin tribulation. Let's go and find it. It must be sealed somewhere in the primitive universe. Many people whispered and left. The sky stepping platform? Lu Ming's eyes were also burning with passion. If he could use the sky stepping platform, he might be able to break through. However, it wouldn't be easy to find it first. Otherwise, it would have been discovered by the 8 races in the forbidden area. I'll leave it to fate. I'm still not strong enough. I still have room for improvement. My Genesis arts should be far from the peak. Lu Ming pondered and left the place, returning to the Tsangqing divine realm. Chapter 5095. Of course, after Lu Ming returned to the Tsangqing divine realm, he didn't focus on seclusion. He asked someone to pay attention to the situation in the universe, especially regarding the heaven-trampling platform. If there was any news, they would inform him. Time passed quickly, and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 10 years, the Anhuang universe had become more and more chaotic, because more and more people had entered the Anhuang universe. Outerverse experts could be seen everywhere in the Anhuang universe, and battles could be seen everywhere. Especially now that the primitive universe was drifting at the border between the Yang world and the Yin world, a large number of experts from both sides had entered the primitive universe. Once the creatures of the Yang world and the Yin world met, there was nothing to say. It would be a battle of life and death, the kind that would not stop until one of them was dead. One could imagine how tragic the war in the Anhuang universe was during this period. It had become a battlefield between the Yang world and the Yin world, and origin source blood flowed everywhere. As for those ancient ruins and secret lands, they naturally became the focus of the competition. Every ancient ruin and secret land was soaked in blood. Although many secret places and ruins couldn't be opened now, they could be occupied first. When the origin source tribulation was over, the immortal tribulation experts of the various universes would come and open them. In these 10 years, Lu Ming had been cultivating in seclusion, hoping to become stronger. Unfortunately, his progress was very limited. At Lu Ming's current level, almost all aspects had reached a kind of limit, such as his physical body, forbidden origin power, and spirit. Unless he made a breakthrough, it would be too difficult to improve. As for Genesis techniques, Lu Ming had just comprehended them not long ago. The space for improvement should be very large, but Genesis techniques needed a long time to accumulate. 10 years was like an instant to a god. It was too short. Even with Lu Ming's talent, it was difficult to make much progress. At this speed, it was impossible for Lu Ming to break through the origin source tribulation and obtain the gift of the cosmic sea. But at this moment, a piece of news rapidly spread throughout the Anhuang universe. The heaven-trampling platform had appeared and was found. When Lu Ming received the news, he immediately came out of seclusion and asked Mulans for details. Mulans told him that the news came from the White Feather Great Cosmos. The sky-trampling platform had also been found by the people of the White Feather Great Cosmos. The people of White Feather Great Cosmos found the heaven-trampling platform. Why did they spread the news instead of using it themselves? Lu Ming was curious. The White Feather Great Cosmos was considered a relatively strong cosmos in the Yang realm and was ranked within the top 1,000. It is said that the White Feather Great Cosmos did not have enough manpower and could only rely on people from other cosmoses to activate the sky-trampling platform. Therefore, they could only spread the news and invite all the elites to gather at the sky-trampling platform. Of course, there are also people who say that when the White Feather Great Cosmos discovered the sky-trampling platform, it was also discovered by people from other great cosmoses. Seeing that the news could no longer be hidden, they could only spread the news to prevent other parties from targeting them. Now, many elites from the Ashen Green Immortal Realm have set off for the sky-trampling platform. Mulans explained. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. Since the heaven-trampling platform had appeared, Lu Ming absolutely would not miss it. Lu Ming, Mulans, and Huang Ling went together. On the way, they met Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, and the others, so they could accompany them to the sky-trampling platform. Along the way, he learned more details from Fu Yuan and the others. The current sky-trampling platform was very likely broken and incomplete. Some people speculated that it might be a part of the complete sky-trampling platform that had been hidden in the void. Therefore, the great forbidden lands in the western cosmos, including the Ashen Green Immortal Realm, had not discovered it. Now, the main reason was that there were too many outerverse beings. In the vast universe, outerverse beings could be seen everywhere. After a thorough search, they had finally found the sky trampling platform. Otherwise, if the sky trampling platform wanted to appear, they could only rely on luck. After a period of time, Lu Ming and the others arrived at the location of the sky trampling platform. The sky trampling platform was on a fragment of a continent. At this moment, there was already a sea of people on this fragment of a continent. Furthermore, there were still people rushing over from all directions. On one side, there were Yang realm beings, and on the other side, there were Yin realm beings. Both sides maintained a delicate balance, and there was no great battle. Lu Ming and the others mingled with the Yang realm as they headed towards the center of the fragment. In the center, there was a huge stone platform. This stone platform was obviously man-made. It was octagonal, like a huge 8 trigrams that stood tall on the ground. The stone platform was very large and had a very wide area. Just one side could be 100,000 kilometers long. However, there were a few cracks on the stone platform that extended from one end to the other. It was as if the stone platform would fall apart at any moment. There were beings everywhere around the stone platform. All of them had powerful auras, especially the young ones. Needless to say, they were all geniuses. The sky trampling platform was originally prepared for geniuses. Such a huge sky trampling platform can't be hidden even if we want to. It will be discovered soon. No wonder the Featherflight Great Cosmos spread the news. Lu Ming pondered. The antediluvian universe is the Yang realm's great cosmos. It belongs to the Yang realm. You Yin realm beings can scram. Suddenly, a cold shout came from around the sky trampling platform. Huh, how laughable. The primitive universe is now at the border between the world of the living and the world of the underworld. It doesn't belong to the world of the living. Besides, even if it does belong to the world of the living, it will belong to the world of the underworld if we take it down. Someone from the Yin realm sneered. You're being unreasonable. Do you have the ability to attack it? Someone from the Yang realm shouted. No ability? Ha ha ha, how was the antediluvian universe destroyed back then? Wasn't it destroyed by the mighty figures of the Yin realm? The beings of the Yin realm replied. The two sides argued, and the smell of gunpowder was intense. However, they were restrained to a certain extent, and a great battle did not break out. There were too many living beings here today. Once a great battle broke out, it would be difficult to control, and it would cause a terrifying bloodshed. Moreover, the difference in strength between the two sides was not great. If a great battle really broke out, neither side was confident of winning. Most importantly, the main purpose of everyone here today was the sky trampling platform, especially the top monstrous geniuses. The most important purpose was to use the sky trampling platform to temper themselves and let them reach a higher level so that they could break through under the origin tribulation. In the past 10 years, no monstrous genius had tried to break through to the origin realm. When Tian Chong broke through, the suppression of the origin tribulation was too terrifying. No one was confident. Now, the sky trampling platform was undoubtedly an opportunity. The sky trampling platform has cracks. Can it still be used? Moreover, it's a little different from the legendary sky trampling platforms of other powerful universes. This sky trampling platform looks a little too small. It's far from as huge and imposing as the legends say. Many people in the crowd raised questions. Chapter 5096. I believe many people already know that this heaven trampling platform is damaged. Perhaps it's only a part of the complete heaven trampling platform. The complete one was destroyed in the great battle back then. An old man stood on the octagonal stone platform. He wore the white feather battle suit and was an origin realm expert of the white feather great cosmos. Since it's a damaged heaven trampling platform, can it still be used? Someone asked. Yes. The old man from the white feather great cosmos said, through our research, although this heaven trampling platform is damaged, its functions are almost the same as a complete one. However, it can only hold a small number of people and can only be used once. I'm afraid that after it's activated once, this heaven-trampling platform will completely fall apart. The old man from the white feather great cosmos explained. Many people felt that it was a pity. If it could be used continuously, many great cosmoses would be envious. Even the top 10 great cosmoses of the Yin world and the Yang world would be tempted and try to snatch it. However, a heaven-trampling platform that could only be used once wouldn't be of much use. If it couldn't be used continuously, it wouldn't be able to create powerful geniuses. Everyone understood that this was the reason why the beings of the white feather great cosmos had announced it to the world. If it was a complete heaven-trampling platform that could be used continuously, the white feather great cosmos would probably do everything they could to take it away. Why would the news spread? Then how can we activate the heaven-trampling platform? Someone asked. It's very simple. The heaven-trampling platform is specially used by young geniuses. There's a restriction on it that tests one's age. Therefore, those who are old can forget about it. It's useless. As long as enough young geniuses step on this stone platform and circulate the blood in their bodies, the heaven-trampling platform can be activated. The old man from the white feather great cosmos said. Then what are we waiting for? We have enough geniuses now. We can activate the heaven-trampling platform now. That's right. We can activate it immediately. Why are we wasting time? Many people shouted. Those who shouted didn't have much confidence in themselves. If they activated it before many geniuses arrived, they might be able to get a share of the loot. However, the more they waited, the more geniuses would arrive and they wouldn't have a chance. No, our geniuses haven't arrived yet. We can't activate it. Someone said in an overbearing tone. How laughable. Your clan's geniuses haven't arrived, yet you can't activate it. Why do you need so many people to wait for them? That's right. This is simply laughable. How can opportunities wait for people? Since you came late, you have to bear the consequences. Many people said unhappily. Why? We are from the holy light great cosmos. A cold voice was heard, and that area was covered by dense holy light. Many people shut their mouths. This was the holy light cosmos, ranked 9th in the Yang realm. It had always been domineering and terrifyingly powerful. Who would dare to offend it? Even the great cosmoses, which were also in the top 10, had to give them face. For example, the jade clear great cosmos, which was ranked 10th in the Yang realm, did not voice any objections even though most of the geniuses were present. Instead, they stood there quietly. Firstly, they were apprehensive of the great cosmos and didn't want to offend them. Secondly, the top geniuses among them were very confident and felt that they were not weaker than others. No matter how many geniuses came, they would still have a place. At the same time, on the Yin world side, there were powerful cosmos geniuses who hadn't arrived yet, needing to wait, stopping everyone from opening the heaven-trampling platform. Facing these colossal great cosmoses, the living beings of the other cosmoses naturally didn't dare to say anything. There were many cosmoses in the vast cosmic sea. The Yang realm and the Yin world added up to more than 70,000 great cosmoses. However, there was a huge difference in strength between these great cosmoses. The top 10 in the Yang realm or the Yin world were all astonishingly powerful. They had been around for countless years, and who knew how many terrifying existences resided there. It could be said that the immortals were unhindered, and there were many immortal Tao powerhouses. Some of the weaker great cosmoses didn't even have a single immortal Tao powerhouse. Those powerful great cosmoses could casually send out a powerhouse to destroy those weaker great cosmoses. The difference wasn't ordinary. Those weaker great cosmoses naturally didn't dare to offend the powerful great cosmoses. Everyone could only wait. After a few more days, the geniuses of those powerful great cosmoses arrived one after another. For example, the holy light great cosmos peerless genius, sacred unparalleled. There was also the skeletal great cosmos atavistic immortal bone. Of course, there weren't just two such powerful geniuses. In the past 10 years, more geniuses had definitely come. Lu Ming secretly observed. Some people had astonishing auras, and even he felt pressured. Now, among those at the same level, those who could make Lu Ming feel a little pressured were at least 4-time extreme break. Those who felt a little pressured were definitely at least 5-time extreme break. Of course, there were also Origin Realm geniuses secretly, such as Enchanting. However, Origin Realm geniuses didn't participate in the competition. The Heaven Trampling platform was mainly targeted at those below the Origin Realm. Let's begin. All young geniuses can go up the platform. The old man from the White Feather Great Cosmos said and flew off the stone platform. Whoosh! Immediately, a dense crowd of young geniuses flew up the stone platform. The number was astonishing. At a rough glance, there were at least a few 100,000 of them. Yes, there were a few 100,000 young geniuses, and all of them were peak almighty. Some of them had even broken through. The weakest of them had broken through once. This was completely unimaginable in the past. How many people in the entire heavenly human race had reached the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven? Now, there were a few 100,000 of them, and they were all young geniuses. It was unimaginable. However, in the vast cosmic sea, where various great cosmoses gathered, this wasn't much. Moreover, it couldn't be the gathering of all the peak almighty geniuses in the universe. There couldn't be so few of them. This was only a small portion of the vast cosmic sea. Lu Ming, you can go. We won't go. Mullins and Huang Ling said. They knew themselves very well. Although they had the power of 2 breakthroughs and would have been considered top-notch geniuses in the primitive universe, they were nothing in the cosmic ocean. There were too many geniuses. They wouldn't be able to compete even if they went up. Alright, you guys stay beside the people from the Jade Clear Great Cosmos. Lu Ming nodded and secretly transmitted his voice. This was good too. If Mullins and the others didn't compete, he wouldn't have to worry. Staying beside the people from the Jade Clear Great Cosmos would prevent them from being targeted. Then, he moved and rushed up the stone platform. Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, and the others were peerless geniuses who had broken through 3 times. Naturally, they wouldn't give up and rushed up the stone platform as well. In the cosmic sea, those who had broken through 3 times were considered top geniuses. Boom! After a few 100,000 young geniuses landed on the stone platform, they stimulated their blood qi. Instantly, the blood qi on the octagonal stone platform soared into the sky like countless volcanoes erupting at the same time. At the same time, the octagonal stone platform shook violently. Dense runes appeared on it. From afar, the octagonal stone platform really looked like an 8 trigrams platform. After a short while, small octagonal stone platforms appeared in each of the 8 corners of the octagonal stone platform. Chapter 5097. In each of the 8 corners of the octagonal stone platform, there were some small octagonal stone platforms. It could be seen that there were 8 small octagonal stone platforms in each of the 8 corners. These small octagonal stone platforms floated in the air and were also covered with runes. There were a total of 64 small stone platforms in the 8 corners. Many people's eyes lit up. The Heaven Trampling platform had been successfully activated. The opportunities were on these small octagonal stone platforms. Even if one had not eaten pork, they would have seen pigs run. Although no one present had used the Heaven Trampling platform, most of them had heard of its legend. The Heaven Trampling platform would normally constantly absorb the energy of the universe, which would then be condensed and transformed into an extremely pure and special energy. Once this energy entered the body, it would greatly enhance the physical body, soul, and even the forbidden origin power. It could be said that it could allow a living being to greatly improve in all aspects. In order to activate this energy, one had to step onto one of the small octagonal stone platforms. However, only one person was allowed to step onto a stone platform. But there were hundreds of thousands of people present who wanted to compete. That stone platform is mine. I must occupy one of the stone platforms. The next moment, hundreds of thousands of figures moved, charging towards the 64 octagonal stone platforms. There were a total of 64 stone platforms, but there were hundreds of thousands of competitors. On average, there were more than 5,000 people competing for each stone platform. A stone platform could not accommodate more than 5,000 people. Therefore, before they landed on the stone platforms, all kinds of attacks erupted in the void. Dazzling light collided and filled half the sky. Pfft! Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. People were killed and their corpses fell to the ground. The competition was very cruel. It could be seen that some people were very powerful, such as the atavistic immortal bone and sacred Wushuang from the sacred light great cosmos. These people were too strong. When the power of a quintuple extreme break erupted, their attacks were unstoppable. Even quintuple extreme break experts would be injured by a single move, let alone those who had broken through 3 times and below. Many people were terrified and quickly retreated, rushing to the other stone platforms. This was because they knew that with quintuple extreme break experts present, they could not compete at all. If they were not careful, they would be killed. Therefore, the competition for the other stone platforms was even greater. Some stone platforms had more than 10,000 people competing. Of course, not everyone on the stone platforms retreated in fear of quintuple extreme break experts. Some people on the stone platforms did not retreat. Instead, many experts planned to join forces to defeat quintuple extreme break experts. Because these 64 stone platforms were only the first step. A stone platform. There were 8 stone platforms in each direction. Once the 8 stone platforms were determined, the competition would continue. 8 to 4, and a new stone platform would appear. The higher the stone platform, the more energy one would be able to draw upon, and the more one would be able to temper one's body. As such, one would be able to reap greater benefits. If they did not deal with quintuple extreme break experts, they would encounter them later. Boom! A terrifying battle had a fierce extreme break over 100 people eventually landed on the stone platform. Then, they joined forces to attack a purple gold giant. This purple gold giant was more than 10 meters tall, and its entire body was purple gold. Even its hair was purple gold, as if it was made of purple gold. Its entire body was impervious to swords and spears, and it had immense strength and terrifying combat strength. This was a member of the War Giant clan. Without a doubt, this was a powerful being who had broken through 5 times. Over 100 sky prides besieged the purple gold giant. However, it was clear that these people had underestimated the terror of breaking through 5 times. Jin was actually holding a purple gold battle axe in his hand, and no one was able to withstand his attacks. Even someone who had broken through 4 levels of the pinnacle was unable to fight back in front of him, and was severely injured in one move. You think you can stop me? Kill all of you! The purple gold giant roared. His muscles wriggled and his blood surged, shaking the void. His eyes were like suns, flickering with raging battle intent. The battle axe hacked out crazily. There was nothing fancy about it, but the attack power of each axe was terrifyingly strong. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from a silver-skinned youth. This silver-skinned youth was cleaved in half by the violet gold, and even his soul couldn't escape. Fear appeared on the others' faces. That silver-skinned young man was someone who had broken through 4 times of the immortal ascension stage. He was definitely a freakish genius, and yet he had been killed. Everyone else was terrified. Come on, come on! The purple golden giant roared, its battle intent raging. However, no one dared to make a move. The so-called alliance was only temporary. If the situation turned bad, the alliance would naturally collapse. Go to the other stone platforms. The prodigies on this stone platform left one after another, rushing to the other stone platforms like lightning. Hee, you want to fight me without breaking through 5 times of the immortal ascension stage? You're overestimating yourself. The purple gold giant snickered and stomped his foot. Powerful blood essence and taboo origin energy erupted and surged into the stone platform. Boom! The stone platform rumbled, and dense runes lit up. A powerful force surged out of the stone platform, enveloping the purple gold giant within. The energy contained within the stone platform had been activated. The others had already occupied this stone platform, and they had lost the right to compete. This way, the competition for the stone platforms that hadn't broken through 5 times of the immortal ascension stage would be even greater. After all, there weren't that many existences who had broken through 5 times of the immortal ascension stage. It was impossible for every stone platform to have someone who had broken through 5 times of the immortal ascension stage. In fact, everyone estimated that there were only about 5 existences who had broken through 5 times of the immortal ascension stage. Why was it estimated? Because it was very difficult to see with the naked eye, unless the other party displayed their full strength. It was hard to guarantee that some people were still hiding their strength. In the vast cosmic sea and close to 70,000 great cosmoses, there were naturally far more than 5 people who had broken through 5 times of the immortal ascension stage. However, there were only about 5 people who had come to the primitive universe. Some were too far away and couldn't rush over in a short period of time. Some were in seclusion, and some had other opportunities. There were countless opportunities in the vast cosmic sea, and the primitive universe wasn't the only place with opportunities. There were 5 people who had broken through 5 times of the immortal ascension stage. No one competed for these 5 stone platforms at all. They directly occupied them, drawing on the energy of the stone platforms to temper themselves. More than 10,000 people competed for Lu Ming's stone platform. Of course, many people were quickly eliminated. Those who had broken through once or twice of the immortal ascension stage weren't qualified to compete at all. If they were careless, they would be killed. The competition was very cruel. In just a few minutes, hundreds of geniuses were killed. These people were all geniuses with great prospects. Even without this opportunity, they wouldn't be weak. Naturally, they didn't want to die here. Therefore, many people gave up and quickly retreated when they saw that they couldn't compete. Those who could really compete had to have broken through 3 times of the immortal ascension stage. Chapter 5098. In the end, more than 100 geniuses landed on Lu Ming's stone platform. Almost all of them had the combat strength of a 3rd stage extreme break. And there were more than 10 people who were suspected to have reached the 4th stage extreme break. Many people looked at each other with cold gazes, all of them wanting to suppress each other. "Brat, get down here." Beside Lu Ming, a burly figure suddenly charged towards Lu Ming. The sinister and cold aura swept toward Lu Ming wildly. This was a genius from the Yin world. His combat strength was very powerful. He had the combat strength of a 3rd stage extreme break, second only to a 4th stage extreme break. At the same time, the other people from the Yin world also launched an attack. Their target was the genius from the Yang world. Obviously, the geniuses of the Yin world wanted to join forces to defeat the geniuses of the Yang world first and then compete with each other. It was not only this octagonal stone platform, the other octagonal stone platforms were the same. The people from the Yin world were joining forces to defeat the people from the Yang world first. Of course, the people from the Yang world also had the same intention. The people on both sides fought together. "You're the one who should get lost." Lu Ming's eyes were cold. His war god spear swept out and collided with the expert from the Yin world. With a boom, the expert from the Yin world trembled. His arm exploded and his body flew out of the stone platform like a sack. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood and almost died. Around him, the others were shocked. They did not expect that Lu Ming, who looked ordinary, would be so powerful. A genius who was about to reach the 4th stage extreme break was beaten half to death in one move. Immediately, several geniuses from the Yin world stared at Lu Ming. "You have some skills, I'll take you on." A woman with a head full of snake hair charged towards Lu Ming. This woman's hair was small and her body was constantly twisting and hissing. It was very terrifying. Moreover, these snake hair could spit out beams of light with terrifying power. Anyone who was hit by these beams of light would be turned into stone and then shattered by this woman. Previously, Lu Ming had seen with his own eyes several Yang realm geniuses being turned into stone by this woman and then smashed to pieces. Lu Ming brandished his war god spear and spun at an extremely fast speed. An extremely powerful chi blocked the beam of light shot out by the snake-haired woman. Then, the war god's spear shook and turned into an incomparably sharp spear light that pierced towards the snake-haired woman. Lu Ming did not use any Genesis techniques for the time being. His Genesis techniques were rather special. Once they were used, they consumed far too much origin power. Moreover, now was not the time to use it. If he used it now and revealed the power of 5 break extremity, he would most likely be besieged by others. The contestants for this stone platform were all geniuses from the outerverse. None of them recognized Lu Ming, and none of them knew that Lu Ming had broken through 5 times. When the others were almost done fighting, Lu Ming would reveal his strongest combat strength and decide the outcome of the battle in one fell swoop. Lu Ming and the snake-haired woman clashed, but they were not in a hurry to defeat each other. Instead, they exchanged blows, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. After a while, there were only a dozen or so contestants left on the stone platform. The others had all been defeated and had retreated while coughing up blood. There were even some who had been killed and died on the spot. Boom! Some people tried to activate their blood essence and origin power to activate the stone platform's energy, but it was impossible. The outcome of the battle had not been decided yet, so it was impossible to activate the stone platform's energy. At this moment, Lu Ming intensified his attacks, and the snake-haired woman was forced to retreat. Desolation style, Sky Splitter style, Lu Ming used 2 killer moves in succession. The snake-haired woman screamed in pain, but she was no match for Lu Ming. She spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was blasted off the stone platform. Her chest had been pierced through by Lu Ming's war god spear, and blood flowed out. She had been severely injured, and her vitality had been greatly damaged. She wanted to rush back to the platform to continue the battle, but the elders of her race stopped her. She had already been defeated and severely injured. There was no point in going back. If she was not careful, she might even lose her life there. After Lu Ming defeated the snake-haired woman, he rushed to the other battlefield and helped a prodigy from the Yang world to attack a prodigy from the Yin world. The two of them joined forces and defeated the prodigy from the Yin world quickly. The balance of the stone platform was broken, and the people from the Yang world gained the absolute upper hand. Not long after, all the prodigies from the Yin world were defeated. At this time, there were 6 people left on the stone platform. These 6 people were all from the Yang world, and they were all existences who had broken through 4 times. Brother, your combat power is not bad, but you don't look familiar. May I know which universe you are from? A young man looked at Lu Ming and smiled. The Desolation universe. Lu Ming replied. There was nothing to hide. When he displayed his strongest combat power later, these people would definitely know his origin. The Desolation universe? The other 5 young men on the stone platform were stunned when they heard that. Lu Ming was from the Desolation universe? Could he be a human from the Desolation universe? However, the current human race in the Desolation universe was only a remnant of the human race. It was worlds apart from the human race of the past. There were no prodigies worth their attention at all. They did not expect that there would be someone like Lu Ming. A broken great universe with a broken universe core and incomplete laws and profundities was actually able to produce a prodigy like Lu Ming. It was really rare. There are only 6 of us left. Let's fight it out. Another young woman said. She was very beautiful and had an outstanding temperament. I think it's better for all of you to step down. This stone platform is mine. The one who spoke was Lu Ming. The other 5 people looked at Lu Ming. What a big tone. He actually wanted the 5 of them to leave. Lu Ming's strength was not bad, but it was not strong enough to suppress the 5 of them. Boom! At that moment, an even more powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. His body swelled and became 10 meters tall. The divine battle spear was surrounded by divine light, and his aura was oppressive. This aura made the other 5 young prodigies' faces turn solemn. They felt a strong pressure. However, it was just pressure. They could not be sure of Lu Ming's true combat strength without making a move. Let me see how strong you are. A burly young man rushed toward Lu Ming. He had a purple gold rod in his hand, which was a top-grade source-grade divine weapon. He smashed the rod toward Lu Ming. A 4-time extreme break prodigy attacked with all his strength. His combat strength was shocking. However, Lu Ming's expression did not change at all. The divine battle spear swept out and collided with the purple gold rod. With a clang, the purple gold rod vibrated violently. The burly young man's body shook violently and flew out of the stone platform like a meteorite. His arm trembled non-stop. The bones in his arm had been broken. 5 times extreme break. The burly young man's voice was trembling. The others also sucked in a breath of cold air, revealing a look of shock. Lu Ming was actually a peerless prodigy who had broken through 5 times extreme break. The surrounding onlookers also looked at Lu Ming. The 6th person who had broken through 5 times extreme break had appeared. Chapter 5099. The surrounding spectators all looked at Lu Ming. Humph. Many people from the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area finally noticed Lu Ming and immediately snorted. Do you know this kid? Someone asked the people of the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area. When they learned about Lu Ming's identity, everyone was shocked. They had never expected that this new 5-tiered extreme break was actually a remnant of the human race from the primitive universe. The talent of the human race is really terrifying. No wonder they could rise so quickly back then and shake the heavens. Someone exclaimed. There were close to 70,000 great cosmoses in the cosmic sea, and it was fully deserving of being called the heavens. You're right. The primitive universe has been destroyed, and the laws and order are no longer complete. Yet, it can still produce a 5-tiered extreme break. What a monster. There is indeed a 5-tiered extreme break hidden in the crowd. Besides Lu Ming, there might be more. They must want to compete for the highest sky-trampling platform. There will be a good show to watch. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. In general, the appearance of a new 5-tiered extreme break didn't shock the crowd too much. They were more shocked by Lu Ming's identity. Do you guys still want to fight? On the stone platform, Lu Ming's fighting spirit was burning as he glanced at the remaining 4 elites. A 5-tiered extreme break. I don't want to fight anymore. A young woman shook her head and smiled bitterly. Then, with a swoosh, she left the stone platform. She knew her own limits. At the same time, she also knew about the 5-tiered extreme break very well because there was also a 5-tiered extreme break in their great cosmos. Although that 5-tiered extreme break didn't come this time, she had fought with him before. She knew the difference between a 4-tiered extreme break and a 5-tiered extreme break. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Lu Ming. Since they weren't a match for him, they might as well quit and compete for the other stone platforms. Now, some of the stone platforms hadn't been decided yet. It was still not too late for them to go. After the young woman left, the remaining 3 people also left and rushed to the other stone platforms. There was only Lu Ming on this stone platform. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and his blood boiled. His source strength and blood flowed into the stone platform, causing it to shake. An incomparably powerful energy gushed out and covered Lu Ming's body. The energy contained within the stone platform was activated by Lu Ming. This energy was too pure, as if it was the condensation of an innate spirit. Lu Ming only needed to circulate his energy slightly, and this energy would madly rush towards Lu Ming and be absorbed by Lu Ming. After being absorbed by Lu Ming, this surge of energy rapidly spread throughout his body, seeping into his limbs, bones, internal organs, and every cell. Furthermore, it also entered his soul. Lu Ming could feel that his body and soul, which had almost reached their limits, were being tempered and rapidly improved. It wasn't just his body and soul that were improving. Even his taboo origins were improving. This improvement wasn't an improvement in his cultivation base, but an improvement in his foundation. It was as if he was building a foundation and improving in all aspects. Wonderful. It is indeed wonderful. It is indeed worthy of being called the sky-trampling platform. I originally thought that it would be difficult for my taboo origins to improve if I didn't break through my cultivation base. I never imagined that it would continue to improve. Lu Ming sighed in amazement. At the same time, he was even more determined to continue. This was only the first step of the sky trampling platform. There were even more advanced stone platforms that needed to be lured out by the battles between the geniuses. If there weren't enough people or geniuses, the true sky trampling platform wouldn't appear. This was also one of the reasons why the White Feather Great Cosmos had announced the sky trampling platform. Because they didn't have enough people, even if they discovered the sky trampling platform, they wouldn't be able to use it. Unless they called all the geniuses of the White Feather Great Cosmos over, but that would take a lot of time. Once they did, the sky trampling platform would be discovered by others. Hence, they might as well announce it openly. While Lu Ming was being tempered by the sky trampling platform, the competition on the other stone platforms was still ongoing. Without breaking through 5 times, it would be very difficult to achieve a one-sided victory. Even a genius who had broken through the limit 4 times wouldn't be able to crush someone who had broken through the limit 4 times. There was a limit to how strong they could be. Therefore, many battles on the stone platforms were extremely tragic. For the sake of opportunities, people would kill each other. Unless the difference in battle strength was too great, no one would be willing to give up easily. After all, the sky trampling platform was too important to them. Although the tempering of the sky trampling platform couldn't directly increase one's cultivation base or battle strength, it could greatly improve one's foundation. Foundation often represented potential. In addition, if one wanted to break through to the origin realm during the Great Origin Tribulation, one's foundation was too important. The stronger one's foundation, the higher the chances of breaking through to the origin realm during the Great Origin Tribulation. If one wanted to break through to the origin realm during the Great Origin Tribulation, one's battle strength didn't necessarily mean one's chances of breaking through. This wasn't necessarily the case. In history, there had been many 4-time extreme breakers who had successfully broken through, but there had also been many 5th-time extreme breakers who had failed. In general, the higher one's battle strength, the higher the chances of breaking through, but it wasn't 100%. However, one thing was certain. The stronger one's foundation, the higher the chances of breaking through. Breaking through under the Great Origin Tribulation was a test of one's physical body, soul, and other aspects. For geniuses who were determined to break through under the Great Origin Tribulation, the sky trampling platform held great significance. Kill. The battles on the various stone platforms were extremely fierce, and the battle had reached a point where even those who had broken through 3 times could no longer interfere. It was almost a showdown between 4-time extreme breakers. Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, and the others coughed up blood as they retreated. Their injuries weren't light, and they had decisively withdrawn from the competition. They were still considered lucky, as some of them who had broken through 3 times had been directly killed, leaving behind a bloodbath. There were even some 4-time extreme breakers who had been killed. There are too many experts. There are actually more than 500 4-time extreme breakers. If I had known that there would be so many experts, I wouldn't have come. There's no hope at all. Zhao Wuji shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was impossible to tell how many extreme breakers there were before they were revealed. They had only known that there were many geniuses among the Outerverse newcomers. However, they didn't know exactly how strong these geniuses were, which was why they had come to compete for the sky trampling platform. It was only now that they realized that they had been frogs in a well, as the number of geniuses from the Outerverse was terrifying. There were more than 500 4-time extreme breakers, which was a shocking number. Before the universe's passage had been opened, how many 4-time extreme breakers had there been in the entire universe? Including Lu Ming, there had only been 3. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. At that time, it was simply unimaginable that there had been more than 500 4-time extreme breakers. It had seemed like a fantasy story. However, when they thought about it in reverse, they felt relieved. This was the myriad worlds, and this was the cosmic sea. There were nearly 70,000 extreme breakers in the entire cosmic sea. Even if every few universes produced a 4-time broken extreme limit, how many were there? In particular, the top extreme breakers had even more geniuses of this level. 4-time extreme breakers were not like quintuple Marshall breakers, so they weren't that rare in the cosmic sea. It was even possible for some mid-tier extreme breakers to be born. Only some weak extreme breakers would find it difficult to produce geniuses of this level. Chapter 50-100. For example, in the primeval era of the last era, there was no lack of geniuses who had broken through 4 times. When there were fewer, there were only a few dozen of them. In the most prosperous era, there were even hundreds of them who had broken through 4 times. Of course, the number of people who had broken through 5 times was much lower. Sometimes, there was no one in an era. Even in the most prosperous era, there were only a few people who had broken through 5 times in an era. In the primeval era was only ranked 11th in the world of the living. There were definitely more geniuses in the more powerful universes. From this, it could be seen how many geniuses there were in the entire universe. See. 500 geniuses who had broken through 4 times was not that exaggerated. This was only a part of it. Most of the geniuses did not come to the primeval era for various reasons. In short, it was not that there were too many geniuses, but that the universe sea was too big and there were too many creatures. This battle went on for a full hour. Only then did the situation of the 64 stone platforms become clear. They were all occupied by different people. 8 of them had broken through 5 times. At the end of the battle, 2 more people showed the combat power of 5 times and dominated the crowd to occupy a stone platform. The other 56 were all existences who had broken through 4 times, and most of them were close to 5 times. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to dominate the crowd and occupy a stone platform. If such people had the opportunity, they might be able to break through 5 times. Even the number 1 prodigy of the Dark Heavens warrior race had failed, unable to occupy a single stone platform. Boom! Everyone drew upon the energy on the stone platform to temper their bodies. Many people had been seriously injured in the battle just now. The most seriously injured ones had their bodies torn apart and were on the verge of death. However, with the help of this energy, they quickly recovered and returned to their peak state. Furthermore, they were even stronger than before. Half a day later, everyone finished tempering because the energy drawn from the stone platforms had been exhausted. If they wanted to continue tempering, they had to draw out a higher stone platform and defeat an opponent. Lu Ming sensed it secretly and discovered that his physical body, soul, and source of origin had improved to a higher level. If I can do this a few more times, I'm confident that I can break through under the tribulation of origin. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. He was determined to get the highest sky-stepping platform. After that, Lu Ming began to size up the people on the other stone platforms. There were a total of 8 stone platforms in his corner, and they were all sizing each other up. Fortunately, for the time being, no one has broken through 5 times. Lu Ming pondered. There were 8 stone platforms in each of the 8 corners of the 8 trigrams platform. On Lu Ming's side, there was no one who had broken through 5 times. What a coincidence. There are 8 5-fold extreme breakers in 8 different corners. We won't run into them in the early stages. Someone whispered. It's not necessarily a coincidence. In my opinion, it's those who intentionally avoided each other. At the beginning, there were 6 people who displayed the battle prowess of 5 extreme breakers. They would definitely avoid each other. The 2 people who displayed the battle prowess of 5 extreme breakers also deliberately avoided the other 6. You're right. Everyone was discussing. He deliberately avoided it to avoid encountering it too early. After all, both of them had broken through 5 times and were top-notch geniuses. Neither of them had the confidence to win against the other. On Lu Ming's side, the other 7 people were sizing up Lu Ming, showing a strong sense of fear. They were all hoping that they would not encounter Lu Ming too early. Once they encountered Lu Ming, they would definitely lose. The number of times one had broken through was completely determined by their battle prowess, not by their realm. Therefore, there was no such thing as a cross-level battle. If a 5-fold extreme breakers encountered a 5-fold extreme breakers, they would definitely lose. There was basically no suspense. The 8 stone platforms slowly rotated. Suddenly, 2 of the stone platforms flew into the sky. The 2 people on the stone platforms were overjoyed. Because their opponents were not Lu Ming. When the 2 stone platforms flew to a certain height, they suddenly collided and quickly merged, finally turning into a larger octagonal stone platform. The 2 geniuses stood on both sides of the stone platform. The merged stone platform was considered a new stone platform. As long as they defeated their opponents, they could activate the energy of the stone platform to refine their bodies again. The rules of the other 7 areas were the same. 2 stone platforms collided with each other. Kid, surrender. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die miserably. On Lu Ming's side, one of the geniuses spoke. This person was surging with Yin energy. He was a genius from the underworld. And opposite this person was a genius from the Yang realm. That's exactly what I wanted to say to you. The genius from the Yang realm replied with a sneer. There was nothing to say. The 2 of them came from different camps and directly fought each other. Both of them had very strong battle prowess. It could be said that they were top-notch geniuses in their respective universes. Their battle prowess had reached the limit of 4 times extreme breakers. Therefore, the battle between the 2 was destined to be incomparably tragic. After exchanging more than 1,000 moves, in the end, the genius from the Yang realm won and defeated his opponent with a slight advantage. After winning, he activated the energy of the stone platform to envelop his body. His injuries quickly recovered. Then, of the remaining 6 stone platforms, 2 more of them flew up. No one knew if it was a coincidence or if the stone platforms had a reaction, but one of the geniuses on the 2 stone platforms was from the underworld and the other from the Yang realm. Both of them were delighted, but the remaining geniuses had ugly expressions. That was because among the remaining geniuses, the chances of encountering Lu Ming were higher. Their expressions were ugly. There was almost no suspense if they encountered Lu Ming. They were destined to lose. If they encountered other geniuses, they could still give it a try. The outcome was unpredictable. Soon, the 2 stone platforms flew to a certain height and merged into 1 stone platform. The 2 geniuses on it fought each other. The combat prowess of the 2 sides was almost the same. It was still a bloody battle. In the end, after exchanging more than 1,000 moves, the genius from the underworld won by a slight advantage. After winning, he naturally quickly activated the energy to recover his body. Then, 2 more stone platforms flew up. It's finally my turn. Lu Ming whispered. This time, it was his turn. His opponent was a Heaven's Pride from the Yin world. When the Heaven's Pride from the Yin world saw that his opponent was Lu Ming, his expression turned extremely ugly. His originally gloomy face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Soon, the 2 stone platforms merged together. Boom! When the stone platforms merged together, Lu Ming made his move. His figure was like a tyrannosaurus as he rushed towards his opponent. His opponent was shocked and hurriedly retreated. In the process of retreating, he resisted with all his strength. The 2 of them collided, and the genius from the underworld retreated from the stone platform like a bolt of lightning. He took the initiative to admit defeat. He could clearly recognize the situation. He was no match for Lu Ming at all. If they really fought, not only would he lose, but he might also lose his life. It was better to admit defeat. Chapter 5101. Just like that, Lu Ming easily won. He stimulated his qi, blood, and origin power to activate the energy of the stone platform. Suddenly, Lu Ming was enveloped by an extremely rich energy. This energy was twice as rich as the previous stone platform. It kept rushing into his limbs and bones, tempering his body, soul, and origin power, and polishing his foundation. After Lu Ming won, the last 2 stone platforms in this area also flew up and started a battle. By the time the outcome of the battle had been decided, the outcome of the battles in the other regions had also been decided. There were 8 people who had broken through 5 times. Naturally, there was no suspense and they easily won. Through this observation, everyone was almost certain that there were no more people who had broken through 5 times. There were only 8 of them. This was because the battles of the others were extremely tragic. If there were really people who had broken through 5 times, there was no need to hide it at this time because there was no need. After a round of battles, the 64 people became 32 people. All of them were bathed in the rich and pure energy and obtained opportunities. This was also the reason why hundreds of thousands of geniuses were attracted here. Because the opportunities of the sky trampling platform were not limited to one person. Many people could obtain opportunities. As long as they snatched a stone platform, they would be able to obtain one opportunity. Therefore, some ordinary geniuses, such as those who had broken through once or twice, wanted to try their luck. However, they did not expect the number of geniuses to come here was beyond imagination. Below the sky trampling platform, countless people looked envious and jealous. This was especially true for those who had broken through 4 times. With this kind of good fortune, they could take the risk of breaking through under the great tribulation of the origin. Once they succeeded, the benefits were endless. There was hope for them to become kings in the future. Those who have broken through 5 times, after obtaining this opportunity, if they can break through under the great calamity of origin, I wonder how powerful they will be in the future. It's really hard to imagine. Someone sighed softly. As long as such people don't die, needless to say, they will become kings. It's not impossible for them to become human kings. An old man whispered. Human kings. Many people were shocked. At the end of the universe, the 3 kings of the human race were too famous. They were definitely kings of kings, standing at the top of the universe ocean. In the entire universe ocean, they could be called overlords. He actually had such potential? That was truly incredible. If such a figure appeared in a weak universe, he could lead the universe to rise rapidly. His ranking would also rise rapidly, and he would obtain more resources. The geniuses who had broken through 5 times were all looking forward to it. Even if their great universe was extremely powerful, a human king-level figure could still make their universe's strength soar. The most excited ones were those in the Azure Divine Realm. They were looking forward to it. A human king. They really hoped that Lu Ming could succeed and that the human race would give birth to a new human king. In the incomparably distant past, the human race had risen rapidly because of the birth of human monarch Xingxi. If another human king appeared in the human race, with the Azure Divine Realm as the foundation, they might be able to quickly rise up and recover to their peak. On the other hand, some of them were looking at Lu Ming with murderous intent. These were of course. Outside the Azure Divine Realm, Lu Ming had killed more than 100 origins of the 8 clans. On average, each clan had lost more than a dozen origins. This was a huge loss. They hated Lu Ming to the core and would never allow Lu Ming to rise. However, the living beings on the sky trampling platform were protected by the platform's array formation. With their strength, they couldn't do anything. If they did, they would be killed by the sky trampling platform's array formation before they could hit Lu Ming. Let's make the arrangements first. When Lu Ming leaves the sky trampling platform, it will be his death. Okay. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Land gathered together to discuss. After a while, the geniuses on the 32 stone platforms had completed their refinement. All of them had joyous expressions on their faces. They had all reaped great rewards. Then, the next round of competition began. On Lu Ming's side, 2 of the 4 stone platforms flew up at the same time. One of them was Lu Ming. The young man opposite Lu Ming pulled a long face. He cursed in his heart that he was unlucky to have met Lu Ming. He knew that he would definitely lose to Lu Ming. His journey to the sky trampling platform had come to an end. Originally, he had hoped to win another round and obtain another chance to temper himself. Now that he had 2 chances to refine, if he got a 3rd chance, he was confident that he could break through to the origins. Unfortunately, Lu Ming wouldn't give him the chance. Boom! The 2 stone platforms gathered together and turned into a larger stone platform. There was nothing to hesitate about. The genius on the opposite side retreated quickly and directly left the stone platform. Lu Ming had won before he even made a move. No one was surprised by this. There was no comparison between a 4-time extreme break and a 5-time extreme break. This was a division of ranks based on combat strength, not realm. Then, the remaining 2 stone platforms also flew up and merged into a larger stone platform. On it, the 2 geniuses fought fiercely. There were no weaklings who could reach this step. They had all defeated other geniuses of the same level to advance. They had almost reached the limit of a 4-time extreme break. Therefore, the battle was extremely tragic. The 2 of them fought with no regard for their own safety, wanting to carve out a broad path for themselves. The 3rd tempering was very important. Perhaps with this tempering, they would be able to break through under the source tribulation. The 2 of them were bathed in blood. Their bodies were mutilated, but they were still fighting. Puff! In the end, one of them was beheaded and his body was torn apart. He almost died and barely dragged his broken body away from the stone platform. Although the other one won, he wasn't much better. His body was in tatters, his internal organs were completely shattered, and his bones were broken. If it weren't for the tenacious vitality of this level, he would have died. However, the price was completely worth it. When he activated the energy on the stone platform, his injuries were quickly recovering. The situation in the other areas was similar to Lu Ming's. The 5-time extreme break had won without fighting. The others had to fight fiercely to end their battles. After a while, everyone had finished tempering. It's twice as pure and powerful as the 2nd tempering. Lu Ming thought. It seemed that the energy contained in the later stone platforms was twice as powerful as that of the previous stone platforms. After 3 rounds of tempering, Lu Ming felt that his body and soul had become much stronger. In his body, his qi and blood were surging like the water of a river. His soul was shining brightly and emitting a special luster. In fact, his taboo origin power had also become much more condensed than before. It had become more solid and invincible. His battle prowess had more or less improved by a little. Chapter 5102. Although the battle prowess of an origin realm expert mostly relied on their origin power, genesis techniques, and origin-grade divine weapons, their physical body and soul had very little influence. The physical body and soul were only the foundation and did not have much influence on battle prowess. However, if one's origin power became more condensed, it would still have some influence on battle prowess. At the very least, when Lu Ming used his genesis techniques, he could make them stronger and last longer. If I can reach the end and step onto the highest heaven trampling platform, I will have 4 more chances to temper myself. At that time, my foundation will be incomparably stable, and I will have absolute confidence in breaking through to the origin realm under the origin tribulation. Therefore, I must reach the end, Lu Ming muttered with a determined gaze. He could not lose. Buzz! The stone platform shook and began to float up again. This time, there was no suspense. The opponent directly admitted defeat when he saw Lu Ming and left the stone platform. Lu Ming easily won. He was the only one left in this corner of the octagonal stone platform. The situation was similar in the other 7 corners. The quintuple G breakers won without a fight. No existence who had broken through 4 times wanted to challenge the authority of someone who had broken through 5 times. This was because without the help of powerful foreign objects, it was impossible to win by relying on one's own combat strength. This point had been proven by many people throughout history. There was 1 person left in each corner. The 8 people stood in 8 different directions, sizing each other up. Their gazes collided, causing sparks to fly. Very good. It's been a long time since I fought with quintuple G breakers from other universes. This time, the final victory will belong to me, Sheng Wushuang said with great confidence. Of the top 10 universes in the Yang realm, no heaven prides had come here. The sacred light great cosmos was considered the highest-ranked universe in the Yang realm. Ha, ridiculous. The golden skeleton from the skeleton great cosmos sneered, full of contempt. If we meet, I will definitely suppress you. Sheng Wushuang looked coldly at the golden skeleton. Does your sacred light great cosmos only know how to boast? I hope you don't bite your tongue. The golden skeleton sneered in response. The others did not bat an eyelid and began to channel the energy of the stone platform to refine it. After the fourth refinement, the energy in the stone platform was indeed twice as powerful and pure as before. It crazily rushed into Lu Ming's pores and refined his body and soul. Lu Ming discovered that this kind of energy was mainly used to temper the body and soul. It was secondary to the improvement of one's origin energy, as if it was incidental. Lu Ming could clearly feel that there was a trace of black substance being tempered out of his body. It turned into black smoke and dissipated. Lu Ming sighed. At his level of cultivation, although he had deliberately tempered his fleshly body was still very astonishing. Every time he made a breakthrough, his fleshly body would be tempered. Currently, Lu Ming could explode an early-stage God Emperor with just his fleshy body. He had thought that his physical body was already strong and pure enough. He had not expected that he could still refine impurities. It was not just his fleshly body. Black smoke also flew out from his soul and was also being refined. His fleshly body and soul became purer and more impurities, constantly improving and condensing. When the refinement was completed, Lu Ming discovered that his fleshly body and soul had improved by another level. Now, he felt that without using any other power, he could fight a late-stage God Emperor with just his fleshly body. With a punch, the void would explode. However, the further he went, the slower his improvement became. Boom! 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 After the refinement was completed, the 8 peerless geniuses in the 8 corners released a powerful aura at the same time, raising their state to the extreme, ready to fight at any time. There were at least 1 million people watching the battle in the surroundings. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the heaven-trampling platform without blinking. A battle between 5th-stage God Emperors was not common. It was extremely rare even in the Cosmic Sea. In the Cosmic Sea, Divine Lord Realm geniuses were not too strong. They were all protected and would not easily go out of the universe to gain experience. Generally, they would cultivate in their own universes. How many 5th-stage God Emperors could there be in a universe? Even in the top 10 great universes, there were not many 5th-stage God Emperors in the same era, so there were very few collisions. As for the universes below the top 10, they would be thankful to have one 5th-stage God Emperor in an era. How could they see a battle between 8 5th-stage God Emperors at the same time? Buzz! Suddenly, 2 stone platforms vibrated slightly and flew up. Then, the 2 stone platforms gradually leaned against each other. It's Divine Wushuang and Tanyi from the Hellfire Great Universe. Many people exclaimed. One of the geniuses on the 2 stone platforms was Divine Wushuang, and the other was a peerless genius from the Hellfire Great Universe of the Een world. Although the Hellfire Great Universe was not in the top 10 of the Een world, it was still ranked 18th. It was also an extremely powerful great universe. As for Tanyi, he was the number 1 genius of the Hellfire Great Universe of this generation. Very good. Today, I will be the first one to make my name known. You Een spirits of the Een world. Divine Wushuang's eyes exploded with resplendent light. Of course, the Een spirits he spoke of was just a deliberately derogatory term. The beings of the Een world were not Een spirits. They were no different from the beings of the Yang world. It was just that the environment they lived in was different. They were born with the extreme Een attribute, so the techniques they cultivated and the energy they grasped leaned toward Een. However, many people of the Yang world deliberately called them Een spirits in order to belittle the beings of the Een world. It was an insult. Sure enough, Tanye's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Rumble. The 2 stone platforms collided and fused into an even larger stone platform. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the 2 stone platforms fused, Divine Wushuang and Tanyi turned into 2 streaks of light and charged at each other. Boom! The 2 collided for the first time, erupting with a shocking explosion. There was no doubt that the 2 of them stood at the peak of the Divine Lord Realm. Fifth-stage god emperors were not just for show. Ordinary origins were nothing in front of them. The two used their full strength right from the start, pushing their battle power to the peak and launching a battle of the apex. Fifth-stage god emperors undoubtedly comprehended Genesis techniques. Without comprehending Genesis techniques, it was impossible to reach the fifth-stage god emperors. The battle between Genesis techniques, the collision of origin power against origin power, was incomparably intense. Soon, the two had exchanged over 100 moves. At this time, one could see that Divine Wuxuang was slowly gaining the upper hand. The demonic Emperor Rune appeared in Lu Ming's pupils as he seriously observed the battle. This was the first time he had seen a battle between 5 people who had broken through the extreme boundary. This had greatly affected him and helped him a lot. One had to admit that there were no weaklings among those who had broken through the fifth-stage god emperors. Fifth-stage god emperors was almost the limit of the Divine Lord realm. Although there were legends in the cosmic sea and almighty experts deduced that there should be 6-stage god emperors, no one had ever seen 6-stage god emperors since ancient times. 6-stage god emperors was just an inference. Chapter 5103. In the cosmic sea, breaking through 5 times was the true pinnacle. Those who could reach this step were all exceptional and rare monsters. None of them were weak, and the difference between them was not great. Lu Ming pondered. Even if he went up, he did not have full confidence. Although Divine Wuxuang had the upper hand, it would not be that easy to defeat Tan Yi. Sure enough, Tan Yi roared and his aura surged. He resisted with all his strength and exchanged hundreds of blows with Divine Wuxuang. The result was tragic. Both of them were injured. Half of Divine Wuxuang's body was smashed, and he looked ferocious. Tan Yi was in an even worse state. His lower body was destroyed, and his glabella was pierced. He rushed out of the battle platform with difficulty. This battle ended with Divine Wuxuang's victory. However, it was a Pyrrhic victory. It was not an overwhelming victory. After Divine Wuxuang defeated Tan Yi, he immediately sat down cross-legged and circulated his energy to heal his injuries. He did not activate the energy of the stone platform immediately because he still had to watch the other battles to know himself and his enemy. Buzz! At this moment, 2 more stone platforms flew up and merged together. The 2 peerless monsters on the platform fought fiercely. This battle was even more intense than the previous one, as the 2 monstrous geniuses were not too far apart in terms of combat strength. The 2 of them continued to fight, trying to find a fleeting opportunity to end the battle once and for all. In this battle, both sides exchanged thousands of blows. Finally, one of them won with a slight advantage. However, the result was that both of them were seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, at their level, as long as they were not immediately killed, they had a way to recover. Soon after, 2 more stone platforms flew up. This time, one of them was the golden skeleton of the great skeleton Cosmos. The other person, according to the others' discussion, was a peerless monster from the great Cosmos, which was ranked 10th in the Yang realm. The peerless monster of the great Cosmos was called Jiang Yufeng. There was nothing to say. The 2 of them fought fiercely. However, the result shocked everyone. That was because the result of this battle was actually one-sided. The golden skeleton had completely crushed Jiang Yufeng. It was not that Jiang Yufeng was not strong. Jiang Yufeng's combat strength was definitely not weaker than Tan Yi and the others. However, he was still crushed. The main reason was that the golden skeleton's body was too strong. It had boundless strength and was impervious to swords and spears. During the battle, it completely ignored its own defense and attacked with all its might. Jiang Yufeng's attack landed on the golden skeleton's golden bones, but it didn't leave a single mark. What a terrifying defensive power. It's completely indestructible. Even if a top-tier soul-grade weapon were to cut it, it wouldn't leave a mark. Such a physique is truly invincible. This time, I reckon that the atavistic immortal bone will finally step onto the highest heaven-trampling platform. Many people were discussing. Lu Ming's expression was solemn as well. He compared himself, but discovered that if he faced the golden skeleton, He wouldn't be able to do anything either, the result would only be defeat. He was no match for the golden skeletons. It wasn't that he was weak, but rather that the atavistic immortal bone was too powerful. All things that carried the word immortal were incomparably terrifying, unable to be measured through normal reasoning. Legend had it that the atavistic immortal bones were formed from the bones of immortal Tao powerhouses. In other words, the golden skeleton's body was very likely the skeleton of an immortal. How terrifying was the skeleton of an immortal Tao expert? Who would be able to do that? However, there were also people who raised a different opinion. Immortal Tao powerhouses have eternal bodies. How could they only have a skeleton left? I think the great bone cosmos is exaggerating to raise their own status and intimidate others. That's right. In my great cosmos, an expert once deduced and came to a conclusion. The so-called atavistic immortal bone is very likely formed by melting the flesh and blood of an immortal Tao powerhouse. What? There's actually such a thing? Everyone discussed, and some people exclaimed. Even if it wasn't the skeleton of an immortal Tao powerhouse, but just the flesh and blood of an immortal Tao powerhouse, it was still incredible and absolutely terrifying. How could the flesh and blood of an immortal Tao powerhouse be so easy to melt? Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. To be able to melt it meant that one's talent was absolutely terrifying. The weakness of the atavistic immortal bone is the soul. Attack his soul. Someone reminded. In fact, Jiang Yufeng also knew the weakness of the atavistic immortal bone. However, he wasn't good at soul attacks. Although he knew a little, it wasn't very strong and couldn't cause much damage to the atavistic immortal bone. In reality, existences below origin all had some soul strength. Even if they grasped some soul attack methods, the power wouldn't be particularly strong. For example, the baleful Een race knew many soul attack methods. They were naturally good at soul attacks, but the power wasn't particularly strong. Origin realm existences were slightly better off. The truly terrifying soul attacks were after the origin realm and entering the immortal tribulation realm. After the baptism of the tribulation, the strength of the soul would skyrocket. When using soul attacks, the power would be extremely shocking and could instantly destroy the soul of others. Of course, nothing was absolute in the world. Some people were born with powerful souls, but under the origin tribulation, they could refine powerful soul attacks. There were also some people who obtained some special opportunities and could also refine powerful soul attacks. Of course, such existences were very rare. In general, the golden skeleton completely suppressed Jiang Yufeng. Although Jiang Yufeng was extremely unwilling and used all his strength to display terrifying battle prowess, it was still useless. The golden skeleton directly used its body to take Jiang Yufeng's attack and attacked domineeringly. In just a few dozen moves, Jiang Yufeng was heavily injured and sent flying out of the arena. What terrifying strength! The golden skeleton's battle prowess is probably unmatched among those at the 5th stage of the extreme break. Indeed. If there's no way to restrain it, it's almost invincible among those at the 5th stage of the extreme break. Many older generation figures discussed. Divine Wushuang, I'm looking forward to meeting you. Let's see what you'll use to defeat me. The golden skeleton looked at Divine Wushuang with provocation in its eyes. Humph. Divine Wushuang snorted coldly and didn't answer. Next, the last 2 stone platforms flew up. One of them was naturally Lu Ming. Lu Ming's opponent was a blue-skinned youth. Around his body was a black belt of water, like a river, filled with cold Yin Qi. Through the discussion of the people around, Lu Ming already knew that this youth came from the 10th great cosmos of the Yin world. He was a peerless genius of the Nether River Great Cosmos. His name was Lan Yuchen. Human race. Very good. It's a pity that I wasn't born when the Eldritch universe was destroyed. Now, I'll see what the legendary human race is capable of. Lan Yuchen had a pair of pitch-black eyes that were like 2 black holes. When he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Fortunately, you were born late. Otherwise, you'd probably cry when you meet the human race of the Eldritch universe. Lu Ming smiled contemptuously. Chapter 5104. Lu Ming's words made the killing intent in Lan Yuchen's eyes grow even stronger. He sneered, "Is that so? I've decided. I'll make you cry and beg me later." While the two were talking, the two stone platforms collided and quickly fused together. Swish. When the stone platforms fused together, Lan Yuchen moved. The river-like ribbon around his body instantly expanded, turning into a vast river that surged towards Lu Ming. Wherever it passed, the void seemed to freeze and emitted a terrifying chill. Lu Ming grabbed the air, and the battle god's spear appeared and stabbed out. The spear was dazzling, and the tip of the spear seemed to emit a dazzling light as if there was a sun. The spear collided with the river, and a violent explosion erupted. The river was then sent flying back to Lan Yuchen. However, Lan Yuchen had expected this. Although he had said that he looked down on Lu Ming, he didn't underestimate him in the slightest. He knew very well that no one who could break through 5 times of the extreme grade was weak. Therefore, when the river was sent flying back, Lan Yuchen charged towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. With a palm strike, dozens of rivers appeared in the sky and rushed towards Lu Ming. Genesis Technique. After a brief test, Lan Yuchen raised his battle prowess to the peak and used his Genesis Technique. Only when he used his Genesis Technique could he display the true battle prowess of someone who had broken through 5 times of the extreme grade. Boom! Lu Ming's aura surged, and his body rapidly swelled to a height of 3 feet. Lu Ming also instantly used his Genesis Technique. Since they were both at the 5th stage of the extreme grade, there was no room for concealment. He had to go all out. Buzz! The battle god's spear vibrated, and rays of divine light surrounded the spear. As the battle god's spear stabbed out, rays of dazzling spear light erupted and pierced into the rivers. The two continued to collide. The clash of peak powers caused violent energy to wreak havoc in all directions. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and his 3-foot-tall body broke through the obstruction of the rivers and charged towards Lan Yuchen. Styx River Sword. The river around Lan Yuchen turned into a sword and slashed at Lu Ming. This river wasn't a real river, but a top-notch source-grade weapon. Clang! Lu Ming brandished his spear, and the two collided, causing a heaven-shaking explosion. The sword buzzed violently and vibrated violently before flying back. Lan Yuchen's expression changed drastically as he retreated. Whoosh! Lu Ming had the upper hand. How could he miss such a good opportunity? He launched a flurry of attacks. What? The surrounding spectators were all shocked. The people from the Nether River Great Cosmos exclaimed, "How can Lu Ming be so strong? What terrifying combat strength! He actually gained the upper hand so quickly." I know. Lu Ming is a creature of this universe, so he won't be suppressed by this universe. Lan Yuchen, on the other hand, will be suppressed by the primitive universe after entering it. That's why he's also a quintuple extreme break, but his combat power is not as good as Lu Ming's. That should be it. Many people nodded. However, only Lan Yuchen himself knew that this was only one of the reasons. The main reason was that Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. He felt that Lu Ming's casual moves seemed to have thousands of variations and different offensive powers. The same move could produce different types of offensive powers, such as hot and cold, sharp and heavy, which made it very difficult for him to parry. He tried his best and pushed his combat strength to the peak, but it was still useless. He couldn't block it. After dozens of moves, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The more he fought, the more confident he became. He realized that he had underestimated himself. To be more precise, he had underestimated the Genesis techniques that he had comprehended. When he had broken through the 4th extreme break, he could barely beat Enchanting. He originally thought that he was only slightly stronger than others after breaking through the 5th extreme break. However, he realized that he could completely suppress Lan Yuchen. Lan Yuchen's Genesis techniques were too powerful. After all, He had comprehended them using the 3,000 ancient secret techniques and a large number of demonic techniques. All the secret techniques and demonic techniques had merged into one and reached the pinnacle. Their power was so shocking that it exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. Although he had fought against Origin Realm experts before, this was his first time fighting against someone who had broken through the 5th extreme break. After all, the Origin Realm was much higher than him, so it was difficult to measure his own battle strength. Only by fighting against someone of the same level could he better measure his own battle strength. Is that all you've got? How disappointing. Didn't you say you would make me cry on my knees? Lu Ming said as he attacked. Lan Yuchen felt his face burn. Before the battle, he was very confident that he could suppress Lu Ming and make Lu Ming cry on his knees. However, as soon as the battle began, he was suppressed and at a disadvantage. The contrast was just too great. It was really embarrassing. He knew very well that he was indeed suppressed in the desolate universe, but even without this suppression, he was still no match for Lu Ming. He would only be able to last a little longer at most. He was unwilling to accept this. He roared and stimulated his potential, raising his battle strength to an unprecedented level as he fought with all his strength. However, it was useless. Lu Ming's attacks were like a madman, forcing him to retreat again and again. Bang! After a few moves, Lu Ming broke through Lan Yuchen's defenses and the war god's spear struck his body. Even with the protection of his armor, Lan Yuchen's body almost exploded. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood as he frantically retreated in an attempt to avoid Lu Ming's attacks. He then adjusted himself and began to fight with Lu Ming while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. He was unwilling to admit defeat so easily. Swish! A river appeared under his feet, causing his speed to skyrocket. He constantly flickered on the stone platform and actually managed to avoid most of Lu Ming's attacks. You want to compete in speed with me? Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. A pair of wings appeared on his back. With a flap of his wings, Lu Ming's speed skyrocketed and he caught up with Lan Yuchen in an instant. The war god's spear smashed down like a mountain. Bang! Lan Yuchen had not expected Lu Ming to be so fast and catch up with him in an instant. He was stunned for a moment and did not have time to block the attack. The spear smashed into his head. Even with the protection of his top-notch armor, Lan Yuchen could not withstand it. His head almost exploded as he fell to the ground with a loud thud. Lu Ming fell rapidly as the war god's spear smashed into Lan Yuchen's body once again. Crackle! Lan Yuchen's bones cracked like beans being fried. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Not good. Lu Ming, let's talk things out. Don't kill him. Outside the stone platform, many experts of the Nether River Great Cosmos shouted. Lan Yuchen had suffered a crushing defeat. In his current state, he could not even escape. They were really afraid that Lu Ming would kill Lan Yuchen. Lu Ming, kill him. Our Yang realm and the underworld will not rest until one of us is dead. There is no need to hesitate. An elder of the Sacred Light Great Cosmos shouted. Chapter 5105. An old man from the Sacred Light Great Cosmos shouted, telling Lu Ming to kill Lan Yuchen. The people from the Nether River Great Cosmos turned pale. The Yang realm and the underworld had been hostile forces since ancient times. They had never stopped fighting and attacking each other. Once the two sides met, they would not rest until one of them was dead. Once they fell into the other side's hands, they would definitely not have a good ending. Moreover, a genius like Lan Yuchen had great potential. Once he grew up, he would be an overlord and a great threat to the Yang realm. If there was a chance to get rid of him, they would definitely not let it go. However, Lu Ming had no intention of killing Lan Yuchen. He had never left the primitive universe and did not have a sense of belonging to the Yang realm. To put it bluntly, whether it was the Yang realm or the underworld, Lu Ming felt that they were all the same. They were all from the outerverse and had come to plunder the primitive universe's treasures. Moreover, it was said that the primitive universe had been destroyed by the underworld's powerhouses. Why hadn't the Yang realm's powerhouses come to rescue them? Moreover, Lu Ming and the 8 families of the Forbidden Area were already mortal enemies. They would not rest until one of them was dead. The strength of the 8 families of the Forbidden Area was already terrifying enough. There was no need for him to offend the even more terrifying Nether River Great Cosmos. If he killed Lan Yuchen, the Nether River Great Cosmos would definitely not let him off. Therefore, Lu Ming made a decision after pondering for a while. You can leave. Lu Ming waved his hand, and Lan Yuchen flew out. Lan Yuchen looked as if he had just survived a disaster. He was very surprised. Originally, he had thought that he would definitely die if he fell into Lu Ming's hands. After all, he had been so arrogant before the battle, saying that he would make Lu Ming kneel and cry. Moreover, the 2 of them belonged to the Yang realm and the Yang realm respectively. He had thought that he would definitely die. He was lamenting that the heavens were jealous of geniuses. A genius like him was going to die here before he could shine. He had never thought that Lu Ming would actually let him off. He hurriedly circulated his remaining energy and flew out of the stone platform. Thank you. I will remember this kindness. Lan Yuchen cupped his fists. Young master, are you all right? The people of the Nether River Great Cosmos surrounded him. I'm fine. Let's go back. I need to adjust my condition and prepare for my breakthrough. Lan Yuchen said. Although Lu Ming had let him off this time, he had still lost a lot of face. He didn't have the face to continue staying here. He wanted to go back as soon as possible to adjust his condition and prepare for his breakthrough. Even though he had stopped here, he had still been tempered 4 times, so there was still a chance for him to succeed. Humph. The elder from the great cosmos of sacred light snorted with displeasure. The 4 winners were Lu Ming, Divine Wushuang, Atavistic Immortal Bone, and Su Feng, who was also from the Yang realm. Interesting. The Atavistic Immortal Bone looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze that was filled with battle intent. Divine Peerless merely glanced coldly at Lu Ming. As for Su Feng, he looked at Lu Ming with great fear. The 4 of them stood in 4 different directions and faced each other from a distance. Then, they drew on the energy of the stone platforms to undergo the 5th round of tempering. There was no doubt that the energy this time was denser and purer. After this round of tempering, Lu Ming discovered that his physical body and soul had become stronger. Buzz! When they were done, the 2 stone platforms began to move. They began to move upward. One of them was Lu Ming, while the other was Su Feng from the Yang realm. Su Feng had an ugly expression on his face. He wasn't confident about going up against Lu Ming. Among the 3 of them, Su Feng didn't want to go up against the atavistic immortal bone the most, followed by Lu Ming. Brother Lu, let's exchange some pointers. Please go easy on me. Su Feng cupped his fists and appeared very polite. He didn't act all high and mighty. Of course, this was all because of his strength. If Lu Ming wasn't strong enough, Su Feng might not have had such an attitude. You're welcome. Lu Ming cupped his fists in return. Soon, the 2 stone platforms fused together. The moment they fused, Su Feng moved. The blade light seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth as it charged towards Lu Ming. Su Feng's combat strength was extremely strong. He wasn't any weaker than Lan Yuchen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat geniuses of the same level and come this far. Unfortunately, he met Lu Ming. Once Lu Ming used his Genesis techniques, his attacks were extremely violent and completely suppressed Su Feng. Su Feng's performance wasn't any better than Lan Yuchen's. After a dozen moves, Su Feng quickly retreated and shouted, "Stop, I admit defeat." Su Feng had tried all kinds of methods in these dozen moves, but he realized that he couldn't defeat Lu Ming. He might as well admit defeat and avoid embarrassment. Lu Ming stopped and didn't continue to attack. Su Feng retreated from the stone platform. In this way, Lu Ming won in advance and was destined to receive the 6th tempering. Countless people were filled with envy and jealousy. Others could not even obtain 1 tempering, but Lu Ming had obtained 6 temperings. Other than being envious, what else could they say? After Lu Ming won, the last two stone platforms also flew up. Atavistic Immortal Bone and Divine Unparalleled. Rumble. The two stone platforms collided and quickly fused together. Divine Unparalleled, I'll beat you until you cry. The atavistic Immortal Bone said coldly. The soul fire in its eye sockets jumped, revealing a cold intent. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Oh, sorry, I almost forgot that you don't have a tongue. Divine Unparalleled sneered in response. Kill. At this moment, the stone platforms fused together. The atavistic Immortal Bone roared and charged towards Divine Unparalleled like a bolt of golden lightning. The atavistic Immortal Bone didn't use any source-grade divine weapon. It waved its golden palm and directly slapped Divine Unparalleled. Divine Unparalleled was fearless. Wearing silver-white battle armor and holding a battle sword that shone with holy light, he charged towards the atavistic Immortal Bone. Clang! Divine Unparalleled's battle sword collided with the atavistic Immortal Bone's palm. A violent explosion erupted, and the force swept in all directions. However, the result was that Divine Unparalleled's body trembled violently and was forced to retreat. You can't even withstand a single blow. The atavistic Immortal Bone said coldly and continued to attack Divine Unparalleled. It completely ignored its own defense and attacked fiercely. Divine Unparalleled roared, and holy light soared into the sky. He used his Genesis technique to resist with all his strength. The way Divine Unparalleled fights is really a little similar to the way the heavenly human race fights. Lu Ming muttered. It wasn't that their bloodlines were similar, but that the power they controlled was similar. They were both of the divine type, and could also be said to be of the light type. There were many types of power, such as the light type, the darkness type, the heat type, the evil type, and so on. Divine Unparalleled is going to lose. He's not a match at all. The atavistic Immortal Bone is too strong. If it can't restrain his soul, he's invincible. You're right. In the Divine Master stage, the souls of living beings aren't strong, and they lack means to attack the soul. The atavistic Immortal Bone is almost invincible. Many people discussed. Lu Ming's expression was grave. Chapter 5106. Lu Ming secretly measured his battle prowess against the atavistic Immortal Bone. He realized that he wasn't the atavistic Immortal Bone's match. No matter how strong his Genesis techniques were, they couldn't break through the atavistic Immortal Bone's defense. Moreover, he didn't have any means to attack the soul, and he couldn't break through his opponent's defense. He could only passively take a beating. He would be defeated sooner or later. It could only be said that the cosmic sea was too vast, and there were too many monsters. It was beyond imagination. And this was just one of them. Perhaps there were even more terrifying monsters in the cosmic sea. Sacred Wushuang was completely suppressed. After a dozen moves, he had already retreated to the edge of the stone platform. He could be defeated at any time. What's Sacred Wushuang? I think you should change your name to Sacred Trash. The atavistic Immortal Bone mocked, but his attacks didn't stop. He wanted to defeat Sacred Wushuang in one fell swoop. The test is over. You can be defeated now. Sacred Wushuang suddenly said. The next moment, his eyes erupted with dazzling light. Two sacred sword lights burst out from his eyes. These two sword lights weren't origin power, but were filled with soul power. This was a soul attack, and it was extremely powerful. The atavistic Immortal Bone clearly hadn't expected Sacred Wushuang to suddenly use a soul attack. He couldn't dodge in time, and the two sword lights pierced his eye sockets and attacked his soul fire. Evidently, the atavistic Immortal Bone's soul was protected by a treasure. It was a soul defensive treasure that was like an armor that wrapped around the atavistic Immortal Bone's soul. However, Sacred Wushuang's soul attack was shockingly powerful. It bombarded the soul defensive treasure, causing it to tremble. Moreover, a powerful pulling force passed through the soul defensive treasure and attacked the atavistic Immortal Bone's soul. Ah! The atavistic Immortal Bone roared and retreated rapidly. The soul in his eye sockets trembled violently. You can actually use a soul attack. No, how can your soul be so powerful? The atavistic immortal bone roared. It wasn't difficult to master a soul attack technique. How could a behemoth like the sacred light great cosmos not have a soul attack technique? However, his soul was not strong enough. Even if he had soul attacks, he would not be able to unleash much of their power. The atavistic immortal bone naturally knew its own shortcomings. Therefore, when it was cultivating, it deliberately spent more time cultivating and strengthening its soul. Moreover, it had soul defensive treasures to protect its soul. However, that move just now had still injured it. Its soul had been struck by the terrifying sword chi, and it felt like it was about to be torn apart. This meant that the unparalleled divine soul was exceptionally powerful. I forgot to tell you that I was born with a powerful soul. My strongest fighting strength is not my origin energy or my physical body, but my soul energy. Divine Wushuang said coldly, carrying mockery as he looked down on the atavistic immortal bone. The space between his brows shone. This was soul light. It was exceptionally powerful, releasing a powerful aura, crushing towards the reversion immortal bone. Hiss, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked beyond words. Divine Wushuang's original fighting strength was already terrifying enough, but unexpectedly, he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. His soul power was even stronger than before. This was too perverse. With the combination of the two, who could be a match for him? Even Lu Ming could not help but sigh. There were too many freaks in the cosmic sea. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword light burst out from Divine Wushuang's eyes again. Two huge sword lights shot towards the reversion immortal bone. This was a soul attack technique. No matter how strong the reversion immortal bone's body was, it was useless. It could directly pass through his body and attack his soul. The reversion immortal bone roared, and his figure flashed faster than lightning, dodging Divine Wushuang's attack. However, the soul attack directly ignored the distance between them. It was too fast, and the reversion immortal bone could not dodge it at all. He was hit again, and his body retreated. His soul felt as if it was being cut, and he felt waves of intense pain. Roar! The reversion immortal bone roared in anger. It was really aggrieved that it could not use its strength. It could be said that it had met its nemesis. Divine Wushuang's soul was really shockingly powerful. The reversion immortal bone had intentionally cultivated his soul, and he had all kinds of treasures to strengthen his soul. It could be said that his soul was not weak. Among the powerhouses of the same level, there were not many whose souls were stronger than his. In addition, he had soul defense treasures. Even so, he still could not block Divine Wushuang's soul attack. It could be seen how powerful Divine Wushuang's soul attack was. The people of the other great cosmoses had solemn expressions as they exclaimed in their hearts. His combat strength was unparalleled, and his soul was exceptionally powerful. Such a person was too terrifying. In the future, he would really be able to wrestle with some of the patriarchs of the holy light great cosmos. Kill. Yes. The reversion immortal bone roared and charged at Divine Wushuang. He wanted to use his powerful physical strength to defeat Divine Wushuang first. Divine Wushuang retreated and set up layers of defense. There were dozens of layers of sacred light in front of him to block the reversion immortal bone. At the same time, he circulated his soul attack with all his might. Swoosh! Swoosh! The reversion immortal bone roared and did not dodge. He allowed the soul attack to land on his body. His body was glowing, and his palm was like an eternal heavenly blade. He slashed out with his palm and slashed at the defensive sacred light that Divine Wushuang had set up. Bang! 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 The layers of defensive sacred light were penetrated. The reversion immortal bone's body was like a divine blade as it charged at Divine Wushuang. However, Divine Wushuang's soul attack had already landed on the reversion immortal bone's body. The reversion immortal bone roared as his soul continued to be injured. However, the reversion immortal bone roared and attacked with all its might. It instantly penetrated Divine Wushuang's defense, and a terrifying light swept across Divine Wushuang's body. The power of the reversion immortal bone was too strong. Divine Wuxuang retreated as a terrifying wound appeared on his body. Blood flowed out. Kill! Kill! Both of them roared. They stopped retreating and continued to attack. Everyone around them held their breath, not daring to breathe too loudly. They were afraid that they would miss the exciting battle. The battle had entered a critical moment. It had become a battle of attrition. It depended on who could not hold on. Whoever could not hold on first would lose. Next, the two of them attacked a few more times, and both of them were injured. Divine Wuxuang's body was in tatters. There were many wounds on his body. However, the reversion immortal bone seemed to be in an even worse state. Its soul flame was flickering, and its light was much dimmer than before. Stop fighting. Admit defeat. A dog-headed skeleton in the bone's great cosmos transmitted its voice to the reversion immortal bone. Injuries to the physical body were easy to heal, but injuries to the soul were much more troublesome and difficult to heal. Once the reversion immortal bone's soul was injured too severely, it would even affect its future achievements. The people of the bone's great cosmos had no choice but to persuade the reversion immortal bone to give up. The reversion immortal bone roared, extremely unwilling. However, it also knew that it would be extremely disadvantageous for it to continue fighting. Chapter 5107. In the end, the atavistic immortal bone chose to admit defeat. Physical injuries were easy to recover from, but soul injuries were difficult to recover from. If there were any hidden injuries left behind, it would greatly affect one's future achievements. If one wanted to transcend and enter the immortal Tao, any living being would have to go through the immortal tribulation. This realm, as the name suggested, was the tribulation before becoming an immortal. Moreover, there were not just one tribulation, but 9. Only by going through the tribulation could one become an immortal and transcend. However, it was too difficult. In this process, every tribulation was extremely dangerous. It could be said that it was a death trap. Every tribulation could stop a large number of cultivators, causing them to lose all their previous efforts and turn into ashes. In order to pass the tribulation, one's physical body and soul were indispensable. One had to be strong enough to have hope. The atavistic immortal bone admitted defeat, and unrivaled holiness won, standing opposite Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. He suddenly felt that he was very lucky. He had thought that this would be the end of the heaven trampling platform, and that he would not be able to step onto the final stone platform. If he faced the atavistic immortal bone, he would not be able to break through its defenses. He did not expect unrivaled holiness to be the victor. That made things easier. Unrivaled holiness's trump card was a soul attack, and Lu Ming had completely countered it. Boom! Both of them drew on the energy on the stone platforms to temper themselves. After this round of tempering, Lu Ming's soul and physical body had improved by another level. At the same time, his forbidden origin energy had also improved by a lot. Although his combat strength had not improved by much, it was still improving overall. After 6 rounds of tempering, the forbidden origin energy was still stronger than before, and his combat strength had also improved by a lot. While the two of them were in the process of tempering, the people around them were also discussing spiritedly. Who do you think will win, Lu Ming or unrivaled holiness? Is there even a need to ask? It's definitely unparalleled divine. Unparalleled divine's strongest trump card is a soul attack. That's right. Lu Ming is very strong. If he doesn't use his soul attack, Lu Ming will most likely win. But if he uses his soul attack, Lu Ming will definitely lose. He has such a powerful soul attack even though he's below the origin level. He's simply invincible. Almost no one was optimistic about Lu Ming. The main thing was that unrivaled divine was simply too sick. Even though his cultivation base was not at the source level, he already possessed a powerful soul attack. Coupled with his astonishing combat strength, he was practically invincible among those of the same level. Unless one had a heaven-defying soul defense treasure, there was no way one could block sacred unparalleled soul attack. However, heaven-defying soul defensive treasures were rarely seen in the world. Generally speaking, soul defensive treasures were much rarer than fleshly defensive treasures. Furthermore, powerful soul defensive treasures also required powerful soul force to activate. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to display their full power. For example, the atavistic Immortal Bones soul defensive treasure was definitely not weak. But because his soul wasn't strong enough, he couldn't display the power of the soul defensive treasure. Thus, Unrivaled Divine's soul attack also penetrated and injured his soul. Wang. In the end, the two stone platforms under Lu Ming and Unrivaled Divine's feet flew towards the center of the sky and quickly fused together. Lu Ming, admit defeat. You're no match for me. Seeing that we're both from the Yang realm, I won't make things difficult for you. Admit defeat. Unrivaled Divine said. His words were full of confidence as he stood at a certain height and looked down on Lu Ming. My apologies. I, Lu Ming, have never once admitted defeat without a fight. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. I have to say that your talent is rare, especially in this broken universe. It's not easy to reach this step. I can imagine that you must have been unstoppable all the way, but I want to tell you that it's because you were born in this broken universe. There are no geniuses at all. The cosmic ocean is vast and boundless. There are countless geniuses. There's always a better mountain. Well, his meaning was clear. Lu Ming, you were born in a small place and have seen too little. You haven't met other powerful geniuses. In fact, the cosmic ocean is very big. There are many geniuses who can suppress you, such as me. I still want to try. Lu Ming smiled. Humph. Unrivaled Divine snorted. His eyes were cold. This guy doesn't know what's good for him. He had thought highly of Lu Ming and tried to persuade him to leave a good impression on Lu Ming. Then, he would find a chance to subdue Lu Ming. That was right. He had taken a liking to Lu Ming and wanted to recruit him for his own use. He wanted Lu Ming to become his sharp blade and fight for him. Unfortunately, Lu Ming didn't care about him at all. Fine, I'll teach him a lesson first. I'll let him know how strong I am so that he'll obediently surrender to me in the future. Unrivaled Divine pondered. While the two were conversing, the two stone platforms completely merged together. The two instantly moved. Lu Ming used a Genesis technique, transforming into a 3-foot giant. He took a step forward, causing the stone platform to rumble as he charged towards Unrivaled Divine. However, while Lu Ming was using a Genesis technique, Unrivaled Divine also launched an attack. He directly used a spirit attack. He had already seen Lu Ming's battle prowess. If he didn't use a spirit attack, he didn't have the slightest confidence that he would be defeated. Therefore, he directly used his trump card to suppress Lu Ming in one fell swoop. The space between his brows glowed, and a pair of pupils emitted a dazzling light. Then, 2 rays of sword light shot out and slashed towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming ignored the 2 attacks and continued to charge towards Unrivaled Divine. He's not dodging the spirit attack. Perhaps he also knows that he can't dodge it. Didn't you see what happened to the atavistic Immortal Bone? He wants to forcefully resist the spirit attack and seize the opportunity to attack Unrivaled Divine, hoping to turn the tables. Drawing a red packet. How laughable. He doesn't know how terrifying a spirit attack is. He wants to forcefully resist it. He'll be beaten into a fool later. Many people mocked. In the next instant, the 2 rays of sword light struck Lu Ming. They directly ignored Lu Ming's defense and rushed into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, intending to slash Lu Ming's spirit. However, they struck empty air. Lu Ming's sea of consciousness was empty. There was no spirit at all. What's going on? Unrivaled Divine was stunned. Under the origin realm, the spirit generally resided in the sea of consciousness. Only after reaching the origin realm would the spirit reside in the origin root, absorbing origin power to temper and strengthen the spirit. Boom! Lu Ming's attack erupted. The war god's spear was like a mountain range, smashing towards Unrivaled Divine with terrifying power. Unrivaled Divine was greatly alarmed. His reaction was fast enough. he instantly mobilized a powerful force and set up layers of defenses in front of him. However, when the war god's spear smashed down, these defenses collapsed one after another. Unrivaled Divine coughed up blood and retreated. Chapter 5108. Divine Wushuang coughed up blood and retreated. The surrounding people were shocked. What was going on? Lu Ming had been hit by Divine Wushuang's soul attack, but he was still able to unleash such a powerful attack as if nothing had happened. Was Lu Ming's soul also so powerful? Why isn't your soul residing in your sea of consciousness? Divine Wushuang roared. The surrounding people were shocked, and then they suddenly understood. It turned out that Lu Ming's soul did not reside in his sea of consciousness. No wonder Divine Wushuang's soul attack did not have much effect on Lu Ming. However, it was indeed strange that the soul did not reside in the sea of consciousness. Could it be that Lu Ming was so talented that he could transfer his soul into the origin seed early on? The vast cosmic sea was full of all kinds of strange things. Some creatures with extraordinary talents could transfer their souls into origin seeds early on. Perhaps Lu Ming was one of them. Many people thought so, including Divine Wushuang. Slash. Divine Wushuang roared, his eyes like two small suns. Swish. 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 This time, at least 7 or 8 beams of sword light shot out from his eyes and slashed at Lu Ming. Soul attacks were extremely fast and difficult to dodge. Lu Ming was hit directly. Soul attacks could ignore the physical body and the defense of ordinary source-level weapons. But at the same time, they did no harm to the physical body. They were mainly aimed at the soul. This time, several beams of sword light rushed at Lu Ming's origin seed. Others rushed behind Lu Ming's physical body and turned into tiny beams of sword light that attacked Lu Ming's physical body, including his internal organs. Divine Wushuang was very cautious this time. He knew that some people were very special. They could not only reside in their origin seeds, but also in their internal organs and even other parts of the physical body. This time, he took care of all these things. He was sure that Lu Ming's soul had nowhere to hide. This time, Lu Ming's soul was indeed under attack. However, Lu Ming's soul was scattered among the 60 trillion cells in his body. Every cell had a small part of it. Unrivaled Holiness's attack couldn't be distributed to every cell. Even someone with a soul 10 times stronger than Unrivaled Holiness wouldn't be able to do it. Therefore, this attack did not have much effect on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure trembled for a moment, but then, as if nothing had happened, he charged past and continued to attack Divine Unparalleled. Impossible, Divine Wushuang roared in disbelief. His soul attack was completely ineffective against Lu Ming. Then, he tried his best to defend himself, but he was still sent flying by Lu Ming, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. This time, Divine Peerless had clearly used an even stronger soul attack on Lu Ming's other body parts, but it was still ineffective. What was going on? Was Lu Ming a soulless person? Impossible. They clearly sensed the aura of a soul on Lu Ming. Could it be that Lu Ming's soul was also naturally strong, even stronger than Divine Wushuang's? Was that why he didn't fear Divine Wushuang's soul attack? Everyone's imagination ran wild. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's attacks rained down on Divine Wushuang like an avalanche. Ah! Divine Wushuang roared, unwilling to admit defeat. He had been looking down on Lu Ming, wanting to subdue Lu Ming, but now, he was being suppressed by Lu Ming. This was really a slap in the face. He fought back with all his strength. Sword light kept bursting out of his eyes, and his body was covered in a sacred light that covered half of the platform. One had to admit that Divine Wushuang was very strong. He had almost no weakness when using both physical and soul attacks. Others of the same level would find it difficult to fight against him. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lu Ming. Lu Ming was his nemesis. He could completely restrain him. His soul attack was useless against Lu Ming. Lu Ming directly ignored the soul attack and pushed his combat power to the extreme. In the end, Divine Wushuang knew that his soul attack was useless against Lu Ming, so he could only give up on it and use all his origin power to fight against Lu Ming. Unfortunately, without his soul attack, he was not much stronger than other 5-time G-breaker cultivators. How could he be a match for Lu Ming? After a few moves, he was injured and his injuries worsened. In the end, he was blown off the platform by Lu Ming and completely defeated. Lu Ming won this battle. The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect that the final winner would be Lu Ming. I can only say that Lu Ming is too lucky, and Divine Wushuang is too unlucky. If Lu Ming had encountered the atavistic immortal bone earlier, the final victory would have been Divine Wushuang's. Some people sighed softly. They could naturally see that Divine Wushuang was restrained by Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had encountered the atavistic immortal bone earlier, he definitely wouldn't be a match for it and would be defeated. Then, Divine Wushuang would defeat the atavistic immortal bone and obtain the final victory. Unfortunately, sometimes luck was also a part of strength. Damn it. Divine Wushuang stared at Lu Ming, his eyes cold. He swallowed a few divine pills, sat down cross-legged, and began to heal his injuries. Some people had already begun to leave. The battle for the heaven trampling platform was over, so there was no need to stay. Some people had been tempered by the platform and their foundations were much more stable. They planned to go back and consolidate their foundations in preparation for breaking through to the origin realm. No one was in a hurry to break through. This was because the cosmic sea generally only went berserk once. It wouldn't become more berserk as others broke through. In other words, even if others succeeded in breaking through under the origin tribulation, the cosmic sea wouldn't become more berserk, and the origin tribulation wouldn't become stronger. In the past, the cosmic sea had never successively gone berserk. Perhaps this was the cosmic sea giving them a chance to survive. Breaking through under the origin tribulation was a test. If one succeeded, they would receive a gift from the cosmic sea. This meant that this was just a test, and the cosmic sea wouldn't really cut off everyone's path. If the cosmic sea became more berserk every time someone broke through, then those who came later would have no chance at all. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming activated the energy on the platform and began to temper his body. The energy on the heaven trampling platform was so dense that Lu Ming could clearly feel that his soul and body were rapidly becoming stronger. They were constantly being tempered and improved at a crazy rate. Amidst the pure energy, Lu Ming's body and soul shone with a mysterious luster, free of impurities. When the tempering was over, Lu Ming circulated his body slightly and felt that he was full of power. Too strong. I feel like I can now fight a pinnacle almighty with just the strength of my body. Lu Ming pondered. It was unbelievable that he could fight a pinnacle almighty with just the strength of his body. His soul was also shining brightly. It was many times stronger than before. Chapter 5109. Lu Ming now felt that he had great confidence in breaking through to the origin realm. In the past, he would feel a strong sense of danger whenever he thought of breaking through to the origin realm. But now, this sense of danger had disappeared. At the very least, it meant that there shouldn't be any fatal danger when breaking through to the origin realm. Let's leave this place first and find a place to familiarize myself before breaking through. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before taking a step and leaving the stone platform. Rumble. The moment Lu Ming left the stone platform let out a violent roar and cracks appeared on it. Then, it exploded with a bang. Even the huge octagonal stone platform at the bottom was the same. It completely exploded and turned into ashes. The sky trampling platform was completely destroyed. Many people sighed. The sky trampling platform was incomplete. It was only a part of a complete sky trampling platform. Furthermore, it was severely damaged and could only be used once. After using it once, its energy would be exhausted and it would be destroyed. If it was a complete sky trampling platform, it wouldn't be like this. After exhausting its energy, it would at most seal itself and slowly continue to absorb energy until the day it was opened. Lu Ming's heart was as calm as an ancient well. On the contrary, he felt that this was better. After all, the living beings in the primitive universe were weak. If it was a complete sky-trampling platform, they wouldn't be able to keep it and it would benefit the people from other universes. It would be better to destroy it. Lu Ming stepped into the air and came to the side of Mulans and Huangling. Mulans and Huangling had been staying with the people from the Jade Clear Great Cosmos to avoid being targeted by the 8 races of the Forbidden Lands. Now, the people from the Jade Clear Great Cosmos had already left. The 8 races of the Forbidden Lands didn't take any further action. Lu Ming, congratulations. Mulans and Huangling walked towards Lu Ming with joy. Lu Ming had obtained the opportunity of the highest sky-trampling platform. They were happy for Lu Ming. Senior sister, Huangling, let's go. Lu Ming said. Stop right there. Just as the 3 of them were about to leave, a cold shout rang out. Waves of aura surged toward Lu Ming's group, locking them in place. Soon after, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Figures flashed and a group of people surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face darkened. They were from the underworld. Lu Ming initially thought that it was someone from the Nether River Great Cosmos, as Lu Ming had previously defeated the Nether River Great Cosmos exceptional genius, Lan Yuchen. However, upon closer inspection, they weren't from the Nether River Great Cosmos or the Skeletal Great Cosmos. They were from the Hellfire Great Cosmos, which was ranked 18th in the underworld. In fact, the people from the Nether River Great Cosmos had already left. The people from the Skeletal Great Cosmos were still there, but they didn't make a move. Instead, they stood in the distance and watched coldly. Dozens of powerhouses from the Karmic Fire Great Cosmos surrounded Lu Ming and the others. What do you want? Huangling shouted. What do you want? Naturally, I have to send this Lu Ming on his way. An elder from the Karmic Fire Great Cosmos said coldly. I don't think I have any enmity with your Karmic Fire Great Cosmos. Lu Ming said. No enmity? The underworld and the young world have been fighting for so many years, yet there is no enmity between us. Your talent is too high. We can't let you live. An origin from the Karmic Fire Great Cosmos sneered. That's right. A genius like him should be killed as soon as possible. Another expert from the underworld spoke and came over. He wasn't from the Karmic Fire Great Cosmos, but from another cosmos in the underworld. In the blink of an eye, dozens more experts arrived. They were all from the underworld who had a good relationship with the Karmic Fire Great Cosmos. As for the others from the underworld, they either watched coldly from the sidelines or turned around and left. In their opinion, Lu Ming was dead for sure. Lu Ming was just a human from the broken primitive universe. Without a backer, he was doomed. Should we help Lu Ming? Some of the experts from the young world who hadn't left secretly discussed. Don't you see the people from the Bone Great Cosmos eyeing him covetously? If we make a move, we might draw their attention. The people from the Holy Light Great Cosmos are still around. Let's see if they want to make a move. Others spoke as they looked at the Holy Light Great Cosmos. There were many experts from the Holy Light Great Cosmos, and they were all very strong. If they made a move, Lu Ming might be saved. No matter what, Lu Ming was from the young world and belonged to the same faction as the Holy Light Great Cosmos. Young master, what should we do? Someone from the Holy Light Great Cosmos looked at Sacred Unparalleled. Lu Ming is arrogant and conceited. Even if he matures, he might not be of any benefit to the young world. There is no need to help him. Let's go. Sacred Unparalleled said coldly with a cold gaze. Asking him to save Lu Ming? What a joke. How could he possibly do that? If he could, he would personally kill Lu Ming. After saying that, Sacred Unparalleled led the people from the Holy Light Great Cosmos and left. Seeing the people from the Holy Light Great Cosmos leave, even if some people from the other great cosmoses wanted to help Lu Ming, they would have to weigh their own strength. How could they be a match for the Karmic Fire Great Cosmos? Furthermore, there was still the Bone Great Cosmos eyeing them from afar. Some people sighed helplessly and left one after another. Lu Ming's expression didn't change. He finally understood that although the various great cosmoses of the young world were in an alliance against the Een world, there were still open and veiled struggles between them. The waters were very deep. Otherwise, why hadn't any great cosmos come to the rescue when the primitive cosmos had been destroyed? Lu Ming didn't believe that the top powerhouses of the other great cosmoses wouldn't have sensed such a great battle. The moment the primitive cosmos universe channel opened, the other great cosmoses had sent people over. How could they not have sensed it? It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Lu Ming had the human monarch's broken sword, so he wasn't afraid of these people. If these people wanted to die, then he would kill them. Back then, he had fought against the 8 races of the Forbidden Zone alone. Although he had exhausted the energy of the human monarch's broken sword hilt, more than a decade had passed. The energy of the sword hilt had long recovered. Lu Ming, it seems that no one will save you. You can die now. An old origin source from the karmic fire great cosmos said coldly. I have no enmity with you in the past. I didn't want to offend you. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. However, if you are aggressive and insist on killing me, then you have to be prepared to pay the price. Lu Ming said. His original intention was not to offend more people. He already had enough enemies and didn't want to make more. He wouldn't be afraid if he was alone. The main thing was that he had his family, wife, friends, and confidants behind him. He had to consider their safety. Ha ha ha. Pay the price? What a joke. What price can we pay to kill you? Some people laughed. These 2 women are not bad. Don't kill them yet. Take them down first and we can have some fun tonight. A middle-aged man's eyes darted between Mulan and Huang Ling. His eyes were burning with passion. Lu Ming's face darkened completely. Murderous intent surged. No money? I'll give you cash or coins. Time limit, 1 day to collect. Attention everyone, number, free to collect. Chapter 51:10. You still dare to show killing intent? What, you want to fight? Kneel. An old man from the karmic fire great cosmos said coldly, taking the initiative to attack. He took out a violet golden pagoda. Terrifying flames permeated the pagoda as it rapidly expanded, pressing down on Lu Ming. The old man was very powerful. He knew that Lu Ming possessed the battle prowess of someone who had broken through 5 times, yet he still attacked with such confidence. His battle prowess was obviously shocking. The old man's battle prowess was at the peak of early reciprocity. At the same time, the violet golden pagoda was a peak source level weapon. Lu Ming immediately felt a huge pressure. Mulan's and Huang Ling trembled as their faces paled. Lu Ming really was not the old man's opponent in terms of battle prowess alone. After all, the difference in cultivation was just too great. As a result, Lu Ming used the human king's broken sword without any hesitation. Hum. The broken sword trembled as the hum of the sword resounded through the universe. Afterward, a streak of light shot into the sky. It was just too resplendent, so dazzling that many people instinctively closed their eyes. Swish. Lu Ming soared into the sky with his sword and slashed out, landing on the violet golden pagoda. With a plop, the violet golden pagoda was cleaved in half like it had struck a piece of rotten wood. Afterward, the streak of light did not stop, slashing toward the old man. It was just too fast. The old man was clearly stunned. He had never thought that Lu Ming could cleave the violet golden pagoda in a single strike. That was a peak source level weapon. It was indestructible. How could it be destroyed so easily? By the time he reacted, it was already too late. The streak of light entered his body and directly cleaved him in half. Even his origin root and soul were destroyed. What was going on? To the side, the others were shocked. He killed Elder Hu. Attack together and kill him. A genius from the karmic fire great cosmos roared. He was a genius who had broken through 4 times. He was already a peak genius in the karmic fire great cosmos. As for Tan Yi, he had already left after being defeated. He was looking for a place to break through. He was not here. Immediately, several dozen reciprocity experts from the karmic fire great cosmos struck out together. They used terrifying moves to drown out Lu Ming's group. Enter the Great Desolate Ring. When Lu Ming made his move, he had already activated the ancient Desolation Ring and sent Mulans and Huang Ling into it. You forced me to do this. Lu Ming let out a long howl, his eyes cold. He didn't want to offend anyone, but since they were pressuring him, he had no choice but to kill them. Clang! The humming of the sword resounded through the void as the sword light tore through the sky, breaking through the surrounding attacks and slashing towards the crowd from the karmic fire great cosmos. Blood splattered everywhere. In just a single moment, 3 Origin Realm experts were killed, dying on the spot. However, the sword light did not stop there. It continued to change its direction and slashed out. Puff puff puff, the human king's broken sword was simply too powerful. These people were simply no match for it. No matter what kind of attack, Genesis art, or source-grade divine weapon, they were all cleaved apart by the sword. Soon, more than a dozen Origins were slain by Lu Ming. The others were finally terrified. That's an immortal weapon. No, it's at least a pseudo-immortal weapon. He can actually use a pseudo-immortal weapon. Not good. Let's retreat. The remaining people scattered and fled in all directions. In addition to the people from the karmic fire great cosmos, there were also dozens of experts from the other cosmos of the Een world. They were originally surrounding the periphery, but at that moment, they also scattered. They were really scared to death. They never thought that Lu Ming would have such a powerful weapon in his hands. Fortunately, they didn't have time to make a move just now and were far away from Lu Ming. Otherwise, they would have been the ones to die. Not only them, but the people from the Bone Great Cosmos were also stunned. The atavistic immortal Bone's eyes were bright as it stared at the broken sword in Lu Ming's hand. It's very likely to be a broken immortal weapon. I've seen a real immortal weapon before. The aura is too similar. The atavistic immortal Bone said. The rest of the people gasped a breath of cold air. They then looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. An immortal weapon, it was an immortal weapon. It was definitely the ultimate weapon in the universe. As the name implied, immortal weapons were exclusive weapons for immortal Dao figures. However, not every immortal Dao figure had an immortal weapon. That was because immortal weapons couldn't be forged. Even the strongest blacksmith could only forge a pseudo-immortal weapon at most. They couldn't forge a real immortal weapon. A real immortal weapon had to be born from the universe itself. Some of the known immortal weapons were born at the beginning of the universe, while some were born from the chaos. There were limited numbers, and each one had the power to destroy the world. Its value was immeasurable. However, ordinary people couldn't use immortal weapons at all. Only immortals could truly use immortal weapons. Lu Ming was only a divine master. How could he use an immortal weapon? This broken immortal weapon should have been left behind by a human expert in the primitive universe. After being refined by a human expert, Lu Ming can barely use it. However, I estimate that he won't be able to use it for long before he can truly control it. The atavistic immortal Bone analyzed. The Bone Great Cosmos was ranked 7th in the Yang realm. Immortals roamed freely and didn't lack immortal weapons. As a peerless genius of the Bone Great Cosmos, he had always been focused on nurturing and was seen as a future immortal Dao figure. He had come into contact with immortal weapons before and knew some of their secrets. He didn't believe that Lu Ming could really control an immortal weapon. That was impossible. Not to mention that Lu Ming was just a divine master, not even a top immortal tribulation expert could truly control an immortal weapon. Only immortals could fully control an immortal weapon. Should we snatch it, sir? Asked an expert from the Bone Great Cosmos. Their eyes were burning with desire. This was an immortal weapon. Even if it was just a broken immortal weapon, it was still priceless. To be honest, Divine Wushuang's eyes were also burning with desire, but he shook his head in the end. He wasn't confident. He didn't know how long Lu Ming could use it. As long as Lu Ming could still use the broken immortal weapon, they couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming held the human king's broken sword and looked coldly at the bone great cosmos. If these people didn't know what was good for them, he wouldn't show any mercy and would kill them all the same. In any case, offending one person was offending, and offending a group was also offending. It seems that there are indeed many treasures left in the great cosmos. There won't only be one broken immortal weapon. There might even be a complete one. Let's leave first. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with Lu Ming in the future. Ancestral Immortal Bone said. In the end, the bone great cosmos didn't make a move and left. After the Een world's people left, Lu Ming put away the human king's broken sword and his figure flashed, turning into a beam of rainbow light that left the place. He didn't go in the direction of the Azure Divine Realm, but in another direction. He was afraid that the 8 clans of the Forbidden Zone would ambush him on the way back. Although he had the human king's broken sword, the 8 clans' foundations were too deep. Who knew if they had any special methods to deal with him? For example, there might be some terrifying great killing weapons. After his battle with the 8 clans of the Forbidden Zone, he'd heard that the 8 clans wanted to bring out some great killing weapons to deal with Lu Ming. Later, because of the Outerverse invasion, they'd put it aside and had no time to divert their attention. Chapter 51:11. Lu Ming flew quickly, intending to take a detour before returning to the Azure Divine Realm. However, he immediately stopped after flying for a while. 2 runes appeared on his eyes. They were the demonic monarch inscriptions. He saw lines of runes appearing in the void in front of him. It was a powerful formation. These runes were hidden in the void. If he didn't control the demonic monarch inscriptions, he wouldn't have discovered them. This was in source level formation. Someone had set up in source level formation here. If it weren't for the demonic monarch inscriptions, Lu Ming would have barged in. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure flashed, intending to go around the source level formation. However, as soon as Lu Ming moved, the surrounding void split open and a large number of figures appeared, forming a circle around Lu Ming. The 8 races of the Forbidden Grounds. Lu Ming's face sank. He hadn't expected that the source level formation would be set up by the 8 races of the Forbidden Grounds. Many of the elders of the 8 tribes of the Forbidden Grounds were holding different bones. Each of the bones was covered in runes. These were origin bones. The formation had been set up by these people using their origin bones. Lu Ming, today is the day you die. A middle-aged origin realm elder of the primordial light race glared coldly at Lu Ming. It looks like you have set up formations all around. You've really put in a lot of effort to deal with me. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming did not believe that the other party could predict the future and know that he was flying in this direction. This could only mean one thing. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Land had most likely set up array formations in all directions, waiting for him to fall into their trap. The people of the Karmic Fire Great Cosmos also wanted to kill me. In the end, they suffered heavy losses. You won't fare any better. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he took out the human monarch broken sword. Lu Ming, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a broken immortal weapon? Let me tell you, an external object is still an external object. An origin realm elder of the extreme evil race sneered and waved his hand. The 8 elders of the clan walked out, each of them holding a large banner. There were a total of 8 flags. They grew in size and were inserted into the void. Immediately, a mysterious and powerful force covered the entire area. Naturally, Lu Ming was shrouded in it. It was like an invisible domain that sealed off all directions. When Lu Ming was enveloped by this domain, he immediately felt that he had lost contact with the human king's broken sword. Lu Ming's expression changed. He had already begun to refine the human king's broken sword. Although he was limited by his cultivation and could not unleash the true power of the human king's broken sword, he could still control the power of the formation at the sword hilt. But at this moment, he had completely lost contact with the human king broken sword. It's the forbidden weapon domain. Lu Ming's expression changed. The forbidden weapon domain was meant to cut off the connection between the cultivator and the weapon. He had encountered similar domains in the universe and even in the spirit dimension. However, when his cultivation had increased, the forbidden weapon domain had lost its effectiveness. Even the most powerful forbidden weapon domain in the universe was ineffective against almighty realm cultivators. He had not expected to encounter such a domain here. However, it was many times more powerful than the one he had encountered before. Battle God Spear. In the next moment, Lu Ming summoned the Battle God Spear. He realized that the Battle God Spear could still be used. Do you feel that you can't use the broken sword anymore? With your cultivation, you can barely control the broken sword. Once the forbidden weapon domain interferes, you can't use it anymore. One of the extreme evil race members sneered. In the forbidden weapon domain, only treasures that are connected to your life can be used. The more powerful the treasure, the harder it is to control it. Lu Ming, without the broken sword, let's see how you die. An elite from the primordial light race said coldly. If one's cultivation was not high enough, it would be difficult to control a powerful weapon. Under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible. Even if one could, it was just barely. It was impossible to use it freely. For example, Lu Ming. Therefore, under such circumstances, it was easy to isolate it. Only treasures that were connected to one's life would be difficult to isolate. However, how could a person with a low cultivation level be connected to such a powerful weapon? It was impossible. Lu Ming tried several times, but he could not control the human king's broken sword. He knew that the broken sword had been completely isolated. It was obvious that the 8 races in the forbidden area had made ample preparations to deal with Lu Ming. Otherwise, why would they surround and kill him when they knew that Lu Ming could control the broken sword? Lu Ming, I will kill you with my own hands. Kill. The elder from the extreme evil race roared as he charged towards Lu Ming. The elder's battle strength was astonishing. He had a complete set of divine weapons and Genesis techniques. Even his Genesis root was at the mid-grade. He had obviously obtained an opportunity and his Genesis root had evolved. He was a top expert in the early origin realm. The elder held the extreme evil blade in his hand and slashed out an astonishing light blade. It went straight for Lu Ming's forehead. Clang! Lu Ming did not hesitate to use his Genesis technique. He brandished the Battle God Spear and clashed with his opponent. Buzz! The Battle God Spear vibrated violently. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force coming towards him. He could not help but retreat. Even Lu Ming, who had broken through 5 times, was no match for a top expert at the early origin realm. Let's attack together to avoid any accidents. People from the other races also roared as they charged towards Lu Ming. Those who dared to attack were definitely top experts. They were all existences at the same level as the elder from the extreme evil race. There were a total of 7 people. There were over 200 reciprocity experts in the surroundings, all of whom were present in all directions. Among them, some had come with a joint attack formation. There were also many who had set up an origin realm formation with their origin realm skeletons. They surrounded the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. They ensured that Lu Ming had no chance of escaping. They were certain that Lu Ming was dead meat. Not to mention the top experts and joint attack formations, just the origin realm formations were enough to kill Lu Ming. These origin realm formations were set up by origin realm existences using their origin realm skeletons. They were extremely powerful. Not to mention that Lu Ming was only a divine master, even a late origin realm existence would be in danger if he was trapped. Facing the encirclement of 7 experts, Lu Ming was completely passive. He was no match for them at all. Even one of them was stronger than Lu Ming, let alone 7. Even if Lu Ming tried his best, it was still useless. He was soon injured. His body was almost cut in half by a blade light. Fortunately, his vitality was astonishing. He quickly recovered. He tried to break out of the encirclement several times, but he was blocked every time. Lu Ming, today's encirclement is inescapable. You have no chance. Die. The elder from the extreme evil race was rather cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he slashed out with his extreme evil blade. "You're still far from being able to kill me." Lu Ming revealed a vicious expression. Today was indeed very dangerous. The other party was too well prepared. This also meant that the Forbidden Land's foundations were too deep. Now, there were only two ways to avoid death. Chapter 51:12. Lu Ming thought about it and could only think of two ways to avoid being killed. The first was to enter the ancient Desolation Ring. He did not know if the ancient Desolation Ring was refined by souls. Anyway, it was indestructible. Lu Ming had tried it before. Anyway, given his current combat ability, he could not do anything to the ancient Desolation Ring. As long as he entered the ancient Desolation Ring, he would be safe for the time being. However, it would only be temporary. Once he entered the ancient Desolation Ring, it would definitely fall into the enemy's hands. Then, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, he would not enter the ancient Desolation Ring to avoid danger. The second way was to break through. That's right, break through the origin. Originally, he wanted to find a place to adjust himself before breaking through. That way, he would have a greater chance of success. However, there was no other way now. When breaking through to the origin under the great calamity of origin, no one could interfere. It meant that no one could interfere whether they wanted to help or interfere. Once they interfered, they would be attacked by the cosmic sea. No one could withstand the attack of the cosmic sea. Boom! There was no time to hesitate. Lu Ming immediately began to break through. A powerful aura soared to the sky, breaking through the firmament. Buzz! The void trembled as a terrifying pressure descended from the eternal unknown sky, covering everyone within it. The hundreds of experts of the 8 races in the forbidden area were shocked. This kid is breaking through. He's going to break through to the origin. Damn it, retreat! Many people shouted. The 8 races of the forbidden area did not dare to delay. They quickly retreated, distancing themselves from Lu Ming and distancing themselves from Lu Ming. As long as they did not interfere with Lu Ming's breakthrough, the great calamity of origin would not target them. However, they did not really leave. They only retreated, distancing themselves from Lu Ming and surrounding him. Humph, let's not talk about whether he can break through successfully. Even if he succeeds, he will still die. The elder of the extreme evil race said coldly. In fact, they were not too surprised by Lu Ming's breakthrough because it was within their expectations. Lu Ming had obtained the opportunity of the heaven-trampling platform this time. His foundation was stable. If he encountered danger, he would most likely try his best to break through and fight for a chance of survival. However, even if Lu Ming succeeded, they were still confident that they could kill Lu Ming. Even if he succeeded, he would only be at the early stage of origin. How strong could he be? They were well prepared. Want to retreat? Kill! Lu Ming roared. The wings on his back flapped and he dashed to the side like a bolt of lightning. The war god's spear swept toward the experts of the 8 clans in the forbidden area. Breaking through under the great tribulation of source energies and still dares to attack us? Lunatic! Many people roared in anger, their expressions changing. They had expected that Lu Ming would try his best to break through. However, they did not expect that Lu Ming would dare to attack them while he was breaking through. It was extremely dangerous to break through under the great tribulation of origin. Many geniuses had failed to succeed and died halfway. Anyone who broke through under the great tribulation of origin would focus all their attention and do their best to deal with the great tribulation of origin. Who would dare to attack others? That would be courting death. However, Lu Ming dared to do so. Run! The people of the 8 clans did not dare to fight back. They could only run. Because once they fought back, it was equivalent to interfering with the person breaking through. They would be implicated. Breaking through under the great tribulation of origin was like a kind of training. It was a kind of training given by the cosmic sea. Although it was dangerous, the benefits were endless. Therefore, no one was allowed to interfere. Ah! Some of the 8 clans screamed. In the end, there were still some who did not dodge and were hit by Lu Ming. Their bodies exploded and their souls disappeared under the destructive power. Damn it! Someone roared in anger. Are you angry? Hold it in. Lu Ming said coldly. Rumble. There was a violent explosion deep in the void and a terrifying pressure crazily pressed down. Even Lu Ming's body trembled. He was breaking through. The power of the Great Tribulation of Origin was crazily strengthening and was about to crush his body. Not only that, but this force also affected his soul. Lu Ming's soul was also greatly affected. Even if his soul was scattered in different cells, it was inevitable. However, Lu Ming was not the same as before. After being tempered 7 times by the sky-trampling platform, his body and soul had improved many times. He only trembled slightly and then stabilized. The Great Tribulation of Origin is erupting. He won't have time to care about other things. Don't be afraid, a burly man of the 9 demonic spiders shouted. But the next moment, he screamed in horror because Lu Ming had targeted him. He turned into lightning and rushed towards him. The divine war spear emitted a dazzling light and stabbed at the man. He wished he could give himself a tight slap. Why did he shout and attract Lu Ming's attention? He tried his best to dodge, but Lu Ming was too fast. He couldn't dodge at all. The spear went straight for his origin root. I'll fight you to the death. The man roared and unleashed his full strength. 8 spider legs appeared on his back and stabbed at Lu Ming like 8 spears. However, before he could stab it, a terrifying explosion erupted in the void. A terrifying devouring power enveloped the 9 demonic spider's body. No, the 9 demonic spider expert struggled crazily, but it was useless. His origin root flew out of his body and into the depths of the void. Halfway there, it exploded with a bang. The soul residing in the origin root was also turned into ashes. An origin realm expert died instantly under the Great Tribulation of Origin. The others were terrified. Sure enough, they couldn't interfere with others breaking through under the Great Tribulation of Origin. Otherwise, they would die instantly. Seeing this, Lu Ming became bolder and continued to kill the people of the 8 forbidden races. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Lu Ming was too fast. He was like a bolt of lightning. As long as the people of the 8 forbidden races couldn't avoid him, they would be killed by Lu Ming. I can't accept this. Damn it, damn bastard. Many people roared. They were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They could only take a beating and couldn't fight back at all. It was too frustrating. Run, run further away. The Great Tribulation of Origin is getting stronger. That bastard can't hold on for long. He won't be able to attack us soon. A baleful expert yelled. Then I'll kill you first. Lu Ming shouted coldly and attacked the baleful expert. Damn it, the baleful expert wanted to curse and escape with all his strength. However, his speed was not as fast as Lu Ming. He was caught up very quickly. He let out an unwilling roar and was killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He resisted the Great Tribulation of Origin while hunting down the 8 forbidden races. Before long, at least 20 Origin Realm experts had died at Lu Ming's hands. Chapter 51:13. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Area were about to go crazy. It had been so long, but Lu Ming was still able to withstand it. What kind of monster was this? What kind of monster was this? Lu Ming's expression became more and more serious. He realized that he would not be able to make a move soon because the power of the Origin Tribulation was becoming more and more terrifying. Even he felt great pressure. Kill one more person. Whoosh. Lu Ming rushed into the crowd and assassinated an elite from the Primordial Light clan under the War God's spear. Then, he sat cross-legged in the void and used all his strength to resist the Origin Tribulation. Rumble. Rumbling sounds came from the depths of the void like a stormy sea. Then, a huge whirlpool appeared in the depths of the void. The void there was constantly twisting. Through the void, one could see the boundless universe sea. There was a terrifying devouring power in the whirlpool that acted on Lu Ming's body. This power was extremely terrifying and special. It wanted to corrode Lu Ming's body and soul. It also wanted to strip Lu Ming's origin root and swallow it into the universe sea. Lu Ming used all his strength to activate the origin power. All the cells in his body were shining. His entire body was shrouded in a hazy light as he used all his strength to resist the origin tribulation. Lu Ming could feel that the current origin tribulation was indeed very terrifying. It was much stronger than when Enchanting had broken through. If he had broken through before stepping onto the sky trampling platform, he might not have been able to resist it. At that time, his body and soul were far from being as strong as they were now. He might have been reduced to ashes by the origin tribulation. But now, he was able to resist it. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Area heaved a sigh of relief. That bastard has finally reached his limit. Don't panic. Let's surround him and set up the origin formation. We'll kill him after he breaks through. The elder from the extreme evil clan said. This person had run the fastest just now. He had actually slipped away from Lu Ming and now stood up again. The people from the 8 great clans in the Forbidden Area started to make preparations. At the same time, they sent messages to the other directions, summoning experts from other directions to surround and kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's breakthrough was part of their plan. They were mentally prepared. Even if Lu Ming broke through to early reciprocity, they would still be able to deal with Lu Ming. Origin-grade formations were cast down by many reciprocity experts, so they were incomparable to formations cast down by peak god lords. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Only experts who stood at the peak of reciprocity did not fear source-grade formations. Regular reciprocity experts did not even dare to face source-grade formations head-on. Lu Ming was completely focused on breaking through. In any case, no one could interfere with his breakthrough under the great tribulation of source energies. He did not need to divert his attention to other things. He focused all of his essence, energy, and spirit to resist the great tribulation of source energies. In the sky, that vortex was like an eye, staring at Lu Ming. At the same time, a terrifying devouring force erupted, wanting to destroy Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body glowed as he resisted with all his strength. As time passed, the great tribulation of source energies grew stronger and stronger. However, Lu Ming could sense that the power of the great tribulation of source energies did not increase infinitely. It was about the same as when Tian Chong had broken through. Lu Ming forcefully endured it. At the same time, the origin energy seed in his body began to take root. Strands of roots began to spread throughout his body. Before long, the origin energy seed also began to grow. An origin root appeared. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura became even more berserk, wildly rising. He had broken through. He had officially broken through the bottleneck and stepped into reciprocity. The roots rapidly spread, taking root in various parts of his body. His origin root also rapidly grew. It contained dense forbidden origin energy. Lu Ming looked inside himself and discovered that his origin root seemed to be forged from metal. It gave off a special metallic luster, giving off a feeling of indestructibility. It was definitely not just a low-grade origin root. Lu Ming pondered. His origin root was definitely not just a low-grade origin root. It had surpassed low-grade origin roots. A mid-grade origin root. In the next moment, Lu Ming was enlightened. He clearly understood the grade of his origin root. It was a mid-grade origin root. It's only a mid-grade origin root? What a pity. Lu Ming sighed. He had originally been looking forward to his origin root reaching a high-grade origin root after his breakthrough. After all, his forbidden origin root was no small matter. He had never imagined that it would still be a mid-grade origin root after his breakthrough. It seemed like it was really difficult to increase the grade of one's origin root. However, he still had a chance. As long as he successfully broke through and survived the great tribulation of source energies, the cosmic sea would reward him. His origin root should still be able to improve. He now felt that his origin root should have reached the limit of a mid-grade origin root. He was just a step away from a high-grade origin root. Boom! At this moment, an even more terrifying rumble came from the depths of the void. The cosmic sea went berserk like raging waves. An even more terrifying devouring power erupted from the whirlpool. The true Great Tribulation had just begun. The Great Tribulation of source energies would be the strongest after breaking through to the origin realm. Back then, Enchanting had been seriously injured after breaking through and had almost died on the spot. Tian Chong had also failed to withstand the Great Tribulation of source energies after breaking through to the origin realm and had died. The terrifying devouring power acted on Lu Ming's body. Even Lu Ming felt a cutting pain. The devouring power seemed to want to peel off his flesh and blood. It wasn't just his flesh and blood, but also his soul. Of course, the origin root that he had just condensed was under the greatest pressure. The devouring power mainly targeted the origin root. Block it! Lu Ming roared as his body glowed. Every cell of his was like a star, emitting a dazzling radiance. One could vaguely see a figure sitting cross-legged in each of his cells, resisting the devouring power. In the distance, the people from the 8 great families of the Forbidden Lands were shocked. What kind of cultivation technique is this kid cultivating? It's so strange. There's a figure in each of his cells. Could it be some kind of clone technique? The people from the 8 great families of the Forbidden Lands guessed that such a cultivation technique was simply unheard of. Lu Ming's body glowed like a powerful defense, resisting the devouring power and reducing the devouring power acting on his origin root. At the same time, he frantically operated the forbidden origin force, and a layer of multicolored light emerged around his body. This was an alternative use of Genesis techniques. This layer of multicolored light was the concentrated embodiment of various defensive secret techniques, and its defense was astonishing. When breaking through under the Great Tribulation of source energies, all kinds of external objects and divine weapons were useless. One could only rely on one's own strength. The cosmic sea was raging, and the terrifying devouring power was constantly erupting, trying to completely obliterate Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming resisted in the end. Of course, he also paid a price. Cracks appeared on his body like porcelain, as if it was about to shatter. There were even a few cracks on his origin root. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The power of the Great Tribulation of source energies was indeed terrifying. It was much stronger than when Enchanting broke through. No wonder Tian Chong died and couldn't withstand it. Chapter 51:14. Lu Ming felt that if he hadn't been tempered 7 times by the sky-trampling platform, he might not have been able to withstand it. Even if his origin roots could withstand it, his body and soul wouldn't be able to withstand it. They would be stripped away by the powerful devouring power of the universe sea. But now, he finally withstood it. The sky cleared up after the rain, and a rainbow could be seen after the storm. The energy in the void of the universe rushed toward Lu Ming crazily, flowing into Lu Ming's body through his pores. Seal the world and stop him from absorbing the energy between heaven and earth. The people of the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area shouted and began to seal the world. Suddenly, the energy of the void of the universe was blocked and didn't continue to gather toward Lu Ming. It wasn't the time to make a move because the origin tribulation hadn't completely passed, and the vortex in the sky hadn't completely disappeared. They were afraid that they would suffer if they made a move. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. With a wave of his hand, a large number of immortal stones appeared and exploded, turning into billowing energy that was absorbed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had killed more than 100 origins. Their storage bags, storage rings, and other things fell into Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming had too many immortal crystals, immortal stones, and all kinds of divine herbs. Even if the people of the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area sealed the void, he still didn't lack energy. A huge amount of energy kept pouring into Lu Ming's body and seeping into every cell of Lu Ming's body. The cells in his body were like countless small suns, shining brightly and constantly strengthening. His soul and body had already reached a limit, but now, they were still strengthening. Of course, the most strengthened was the Forbidden Origin power. Most of the energy was converted into the Forbidden Origin power. Lu Ming's Forbidden Origin power was increasing crazily. At this time, the vortex in the sky was getting smaller and smaller. In the end, a beam of energy flew out of the vortex and entered Lu Ming's body. A gift from the Universe C. Every living being who broke through under the Origin Tribulation would receive a gift from the Universe C. This was the most precious fortune. When the 8 clans people saw this, their eyes all became red, simply full of envy and jealousy. This energy was too pure. In other words, its level was too high. As soon as it entered Lu Ming's body, it dispersed throughout Lu Ming's body. Awesome! At this moment, Lu Ming felt incomparably comfortable. His entire body, including his soul, was bathed in this energy. His physical body and soul were improving at a visible rate. As for the taboo origin energy, it was increasing at an astonishing speed. It was becoming denser and more powerful. Crack. He seemed to hear a cracking sound coming from his origin root. A crack had appeared on his origin root. This crack wasn't left behind by his previous breakthrough. The crack from his previous breakthrough had completely healed after his breakthrough. This crack had only just appeared. Furthermore, after the first crack appeared, even more cracks appeared behind it. In the end, a lot of fragments began to fall off. Yes, it was fragments. It was like molting, the outer layer falling off, revealing the source root that had an even more metallic feel. An even more mystical and shocking aura spread out. A high-grade origin root. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. He understood that his origin root had finally been upgraded to a high-grade origin root. The metamorphosis of the origin root meant that the taboo origin energy had also evolved, becoming stronger and purer. Now, Lu Ming could be sure that when Enchanting had broken through, his origin root had definitely not been a high-grade one, but a mid-grade one. His taboo origin energy had been extremely powerful to begin with. After his breakthrough and the gift from the Cosmic Sea, it had only been upgraded to a high-grade one. Yes, Lu Ming could feel that his origin root had only just broken through to a high-grade one. It was still very far from the peak. It was obvious that upgrading one's origin root was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Enchanting shouldn't have been able to do so. The upgrade of one's origin root was only one of the transformations. His physical body and soul had also improved by several times, reaching an astonishing height. It seemed like he had reached some sort of limit. This was because Lu Ming felt that his physical body and soul seemed to have reached a bottleneck. At the same time, Lu Ming felt that his mind was very clear. He felt that he could think much faster than before. My comprehension ability has also improved. Lu Ming smiled. The gift from the Cosmic Sea improved all aspects. Not only did it improve one's physical body, soul, and cultivation, but it mainly increased one's potential and opened up one's future path. My cultivation is still improving. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He realized that his cultivation had been soaring since just now. At this moment, it had already reached the peak of the early reciprocity realm. However, it showed no signs of stopping. It was still improving and was about to break through to the mid-reciprocity realm. This was simply unbelievable. It was extremely difficult to improve in the reciprocity realm. Although it was only a small increase from the early reciprocity realm to the mid-reciprocity realm, it would take a long time, a huge amount of resources, and a large number of treasures containing origin imprints. For example, immortal crystals, source-level divine herbs, and so on. However, Lu Ming had reached the peak of the early reciprocity realm in such a short time. In just a few minutes, he had surpassed the accumulation of others over a long period of time. Moreover, he hadn't reached the end and could still improve. Great! Lu Ming was overjoyed. Didn't the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area want to kill him? This time, I'll give you a surprise. However, he couldn't break through for the time being. He had to stabilize it. If he broke through now, it might scare the people of the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area. What if they ran away? Suppress it for me. With a thought, Lu Ming suppressed the remaining energy in his body. He did not continue to convert it into origin energy. His cultivation was suppressed to the peak of the early reciprocity realm. Of course, he could break through to the mid-reciprocity realm at any time. This was because this energy was a gift from the cosmic sea. It was too pure and almost didn't need to be refined. In the blink of an eye, it could be converted into forbidden origin energy. Soon, Lu Ming's aura stabilized. He has reached the peak of the early reciprocity realm. In the surroundings, the people of the 8 clans of the forbidden area felt Lu Ming's aura and couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. This speed of improvement was too fast. They had been cultivating for many years, but their cultivation was still at the early reciprocity realm. Many of them had not reached the peak of the early reciprocity realm. But how long had Lu Ming been at it? It had only been a few minutes. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. So what if he has reached the early reciprocity realm? He's still going to die. The old man of the extreme fiend race said coldly. That's right. So what if he's at the early reciprocity realm? We'll still kill him. Activate, an expert of the 9 demonic spider shouted. Buzz. In the surroundings, the origin energy bones shone. There were at least dozens of experts activating the origin energy bones. In the void, runes filled the air and a terrifying formation appeared. An origin energy formation. Kill. The dozens of people who had set up the formation shouted and activated the origin energy formation. A terrifying sword light condensed and slashed at Lu Ming. Now that the vortex had completely dissipated, Lu Ming had completely passed the origin tribulation. He could make his move. Chapter 51:15. Then, let's kill to our heart's content. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with cold killing intent. With a thought, the top-tier source-grade battle armor appeared and covered his entire body. At the same time, the war god's spear appeared in his hand. His source root glowed and forbidden origin energy poured into the battle armor and the war god's spear. Boom! The 2 divine weapons erupted with powerful auras. Their power was completely unleashed. As a peak almighty, Lu Ming could not unleash the power of a source-grade divine weapon at all. At this moment, Lu Ming's forbidden origin energy was just too powerful. Although his cultivation was only at early reciprocity, his origin root was a high-level origin root. Correspondingly, his origin energy was also of a high level. High-grade origin energy was much stronger than low-grade origin energy. It could be said that in terms of pure origin energy, even mid-reciprocity experts were stronger than him, unless a late reciprocity expert took action. At early reciprocity, his origin energy was already comparable to a late reciprocity expert. It was truly heaven-defying. This was the power of a high-grade source root. With Lu Ming's current origin energy, he could completely unleash the full power of a top-tier source-grade divine weapon. Buzz! The war god's spear vibrated as if it was cheering. It erupted with resplendent light and a terrifying spear light erupted. The space around it constantly exploded as it collided with the incoming sword light. With a shocking boom, the spear light and the sword light dissipated at the same time. Kill, kill, kill. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Grounds roared as they pushed the source-grade formation with all their might. Runes filled the air as sword light constantly condensed in the air and shot toward Lu Ming. Every sword light seemed to be boundlessly terrifying. The source-grade formation laid down by dozens of reciprocity experts using their source bones as the foundation was just too powerful. If it were before Lu Ming had broken through, he definitely would not have been able to withstand it. He would have died in just a few moves. No matter how strong his vitality was, it would be useless. He would have been crushed into nothingness. That was why he had begun to break through without any hesitation. Otherwise, he would be in danger once he entered the source-grade formation. But now, Lu Ming was fearless. After breaking through to Origin Realm, his battle prowess had increased tremendously. He was much stronger than before. With a roar, Lu Ming activated a Genesis technique as his body rapidly swelled to a height of 3 feet. Wang! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the god of war spear continued to thrust out. Streaks of dazzling spear gleams blocked off the surrounding sword gleams. The people from the Forbidden Area's 8 clans all had extremely ugly expressions. Moreover, they were all horrified. Lu Ming's battle prowess was too frightening. He could actually resist an origin grade formation head-on. It wasn't that there weren't any experts present. All of them wielded top-tier source-grade divine weapons, had comprehended Genesis techniques, and even had mid-grade Genesis roots. These people were known as the apex of early reciprocity, and there was more than one of them present. However, they discovered that their battle prowess was far inferior to Lu Ming's. There was a huge gap. Burn your origin bones and kill him at all costs. Someone shouted. The 36 origin source experts in the formation called out and powered the formation with their full strength. The origin source bones shone with resplendent light, as if they were enveloped by a layer of fire. They were burning their origin source bones. By burning their origin source bones, they could erupt with energy for a short period of time, raising the power of the source-grade formation to the limit. Countless runes filled the void. Next, these runes condensed into a figure. This figure wielded a battle sword and exuded an aura that could suppress the ages. It was like a supreme being standing in the void, overlooking all life. Swish! The figure's battle sword soared through the air and slashed towards Lu Ming. Space collapsed and was destroyed. Waves of destructive power surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face turned solemn as he felt a huge pressure. An origin-grade formation was indeed terrifying under the activation of an origin expert. It was known as the despair of origin. Generally speaking, unless one was a peak origin expert, ordinary origin experts would be doomed if they stepped into it. Lu Ming roared as his forbidden origin power madly circulated. His armor and god of war spear shone with resplendent light. At the same time, he pushed his Genesis technique to the limit. He wielded the spear with both hands and swung it. A huge spear light, like a pillar that could hold up the sky, slammed into the sword gleam. Boom! An earth-shaking rumble erupted as a huge explosion occurred in the void. Part of the area was reduced to chaos as all matter was annihilated. Next, Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated. His face flushed red as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He's injured. Continue attacking. He won't be able to last much longer. The old man from the extreme fiend race roared, wild with joy. Kill. The 36 origin experts who had set up the formation roared as they continued to activate the formation. They controlled the figure condensed by the formation to attack Lu Ming. To be more precise, the figure condensed by the formation could be called the formation spirit. Lu Ming resisted with all his strength and fought with the formation spirit. The two sides exchanged a few blows. Although Lu Ming was injured, it was not serious and he was able to withstand it. This shocked the 8 races in the Forbidden Area. Lu Ming was still able to withstand the attack even after burning his origin source bones. If it had been any other origin expert, they would have died long ago. They were both at the early origin realm, had mastered Genesis techniques, and could use top-level soul-grade divine weapons. But why was Lu Ming's battle prowess so strong? It seemed that a top-level soul-grade divine weapon in Lu Ming's hands could unleash even greater power. Moreover, the power of Lu Ming's Genesis techniques was beyond imagination. They were far superior to ordinary Genesis techniques. The most terrifying thing was Lu Ming's origin power. It was as thick as the universe and indestructible. Every strand seemed to be able to penetrate the void of the universe. It's high-grade origin power. It's definitely high-grade. Someone growled. Everyone's hearts shook violently. They were extremely shocked and envious at the same time. Yes, they were certain that Lu Ming's origin power was high-grade. High-grade. Lu Ming had just broken through to the origin realm, but his origin power had already reached the high-grade. This was too shocking. There had not been many people like this since ancient times. Throughout the vast universe sea, there were only a handful of people who had just entered the early origin realm who had reached the high grade in their origin power. It was difficult to find many in the tens of thousands of universes. Every one of these people was a miracle. Every one of them was a legend. Comparisons were odious. They had tried everything they could, but it was still difficult for their origin power to evolve and transform. Some people had narrowly escaped death and obtained heaven-defying opportunities to transform their origin power to the mid-grade. But Lu Ming had just broken through, and his origin power had already reached the high grade. How could they compare? It should be said that origin power was the grade of one's genesis root. It was closely related to the upper limit of one's future achievements. At this moment, the origin power bones used to set up the formation had been burned too intensely and their energy had been exhausted. They changed to another batch and continued to burn, condensing the formation spirit to attack Lu Ming. Is this your trump card? It's just a so-so. It's just right to use it to hone my genesis techniques. Lu Ming roared. His battle intent soared into the sky. Dazzling spear light swept across the void of the universe. His entire body was shrouded in dazzling light, which was the manifestation of his genesis techniques being pushed to the limit. Such a battle was very beneficial to Lu Ming. As he had said, it could hone his genesis techniques. Chapter 51:16. Lu Ming's genesis technique was still in its infancy stage and was far from the peak. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Such a huge battle was very beneficial to Lu Ming. He could unleash his genesis techniques to the fullest, comprehend them during the battle, and perfect his own genesis techniques. He vaguely felt like he had become a little shorter and his body had shrunk a little. Yes, this was not a misconception. When he used a genesis technique, his body would grow to 3 feet tall and swell up. And now, his body seemed to have shrunk a little. Although it was very small, Lu Ming could still feel it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was because his genesis technique had improved. Why did he grow to 3 feet tall when he used a genesis technique? Wasn't it because his genesis technique was still in its infancy stage and was not perfect enough? Lu Ming's control over it was not perfect enough, causing the origin energy to spread. As his comprehension of genesis techniques deepened, his control over them grew steadier and steadier. His body would shrink when he used genesis techniques. When he truly mastered the technique, there would be no difference with his body when he used it. It would be no different from normal. Lu Ming was still very far away from this level. But he had indeed improved in the battle just now. Lu Ming became even more excited. He roared at the sky, ignoring his injuries and fighting with all his strength. This made the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area shiver. He was too much of a monster. He was actually using an origin level formation to train his genesis technique. Set up the combination formation and kill him together with the origin level formation. Someone shouted. Without any hesitation, the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area began to set up the formation. At this moment, there were already over 500 Origin Realm experts rushing over from other directions. Swish swish swish. Their figures flashed as they set up combination formation after combination formation. In order to kill Lu Ming, the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area had spent a great deal of resources to set up various terrifying combination formations. This was not an ordinary 3 to 5 person joint attack formation. Even the weakest one was a 7-person joint attack formation. There were even 9-person joint attack formations. Origin level combination formations and Divine Lord level combination formations were not only vastly different in power, but the carriers were also much more difficult to create. Generally speaking, it was already very rare for 3 people to attack a formation together. As for the combined formations of 7 to 9 cultivators, even the Forbidden Grounds did not have many of them. Losing even one of them would cause them great heartache. This time, the 8 clans of the Forbidden Ground deployed a total of 5 9-man combined attack arrays, 5 7-man combined attack arrays, and a total of 10 combined attack arrays to attack Lu Ming. Draw a red envelope. The 10 combined formations transformed into battle swords, demonic spiders, and malicious ghosts. They unleashed terrifying power as they attacked Lu Ming. Together with the source grade formations, they were going to kill Lu Ming. Are they finally making a move? Very good. Then, let's break through. At this moment, Lu Ming did not continue to suppress his cultivation. The remaining energy from the cosmic sea was instantly converted into the power of the forbidden origin. Lu Ming's cultivation level could no longer be suppressed. It directly broke through the barrier of the middle stage of origin and charged into the middle stage of origin. Lu Ming's cultivation level skyrocketed, and so did the power of the forbidden origin. The people of the 8 forbidden grounds almost bit their tongues. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What did they just see? Mid-reciprocity. Lu Ming had broken through again. Hadn't Lu Ming just broken through to reciprocity? How could he break through again? Unbelievable. Unimaginable. Not good. Many people felt chills run down their spines. Although he had reached the late stage of the origin tribulation, he was still in the origin tribulation. Only early reciprocity existences could move freely without being affected. Those above mid-reciprocity would still be greatly affected. Once they emerged, they would be suppressed by the origin tribulation, and their origin roots would be devoured. However, creatures who broke through under the origin tribulation did not face this problem. This was because living beings like them had already gained the recognition of the cosmic sea. Let alone mid-reciprocity, they could even reach late reciprocity, peak reciprocity, or even higher without any problems. They would not be suppressed by the calamity of origin. This was also the reason why Lu Ming dared to break through to mid-reciprocity. Kill! Lu Ming roared, as if he had endless power. The war god's spear was like a pillar that held up the sky, piercing through the sky. Then, it blasted towards a 9-man joint attack formation. This 9-man joint attack formation condensed a war blade. It was suffused with a hazy light and emitted an evil aura. It was the joint attack formation of the nefarious race. Clang! The war blade and spear collided, and the void was torn apart. Thousands of forces swept out in all directions. In the next moment, the joint attack formation of the nefarious race exploded. The 9 people who had set up the formation screamed and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were covered in cracks like porcelain. They frantically retreated, wanting to get away from Lu Ming. However, after retreating for a while, their bodies exploded. Not even their souls were left. They had all died. Only a hazy war blade was left floating in the air. The joint attack formation of the origin tribulation. Lu Ming did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he put the joint attack formation into his storage ring. The people of the 8 forbidden races were stunned. His battle prowess was too terrifying. One move. Just one move was enough to destroy a 9-man joint attack formation. It was too terrifying. Buzz. After Lu Ming destroyed a 9-man joint attack formation, he did not stop at all. He swept out his war god's spear and collided with the other joint attack formations. A series of explosions rang out. The other 9 joint attack formations were all repelled by Lu Ming. As for Lu Ming, although he was also pushed back, he immediately stabilized himself. He flapped the wings on his back and charged towards one of the joint attack formations. Then, he swung his spear again. Block it. The person who had set up the joint attack formation was terrified. He roared and used all his strength to block Lu Ming's attack. However, it was all in vain. Under the pressure of the war god's spear, the joint attack formation shook violently. Then, it exploded. The person who had set up the formation was drowned by the destructive power and died on the spot. Another carrier of the 9-man combined attack array landed in Lu Ming's hands. Afterwards, Lu Ming changed his attack and attacked another joint attack formation. However, at this moment, the source-level formation's soul arrived and blocked Lu Ming's attack. Retreat! Retreat! The other people who had set up the joint attack formation were terrified. They quickly retreated, wanting to leave the source-level formation. There was a huge gap between their battle prowess and Lu Ming's. Even with the joint attack formation, it was not enough. If this continued, they would all be destroyed by Lu Ming. If it were not for the help of the formation's soul, another joint attack formation would have been destroyed. Looks like I've broken your source level formation. Lu Ming went crazy and fought with the formation soul. This time, he actually began to suppress the formation soul. Before he had broken through to mid-reciprocity, Lu Ming had been suppressed by the formation soul and was at a disadvantage. However, as soon as he broke through, he began to suppress the formation soul. It could only be said that the difference between each breakthrough in the reciprocity realm was huge. There were only 4 minor realms in the reciprocity realm. They were early, mid, late, and peak. Therefore, with each breakthrough of a minor realm, the source power would skyrocket tremendously. Ordinary people were like this, let alone Lu Ming. Chapter 51:17. Boom. In an instant, Lu Ming and the soul of the array exchanged more than 10 moves. The soul of the array trembled and its light dimmed. Crack. Crack. The origin bones let out strange sounds and cracks appeared on them. The 36 people who had set up the array trembled and blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths. The origin level array was about to explode. Continue to set up the array. Stack the origin level array and kill him. The elder of the extreme fiend race roared. There were 8 forbidden races present. They had more than 500 origins. It was impossible for there to be only one origin level array. Immediately, many origin level experts who were proficient in arrays took action. They took out their origin bones and began to set up arrays. Origin level array masters didn't need origin bones to set up origin level arrays. They could use runes to set up the arrays. However, using runes to set up the arrays took time. Without enough time, the arrays they set up wouldn't be very powerful. With origin bones as the array foundation, the speed of setting up the arrays would be very fast and the power would be able to keep up. Buzz. Buzz. The void trembled as runes filled the sky. Soon, 2 more offensive arrays were set up. They also burned their origin bones and released the energy of their origin bones. They condensed an array and charged at Lu Ming. The 3 arrays were stacked and condensed into 3 array souls. For a moment, they were locked in a fierce battle with Lu Ming. Take out the ultimate weapon and kill him. Someone from the 9 demonic spiders shouted. A dozen very old 9 demonic spiders worked together to take out a mirror. Boom. As soon as the mirror appeared, it grew rapidly and covered the sky. It erupted with terrifying power as if it could crush the void. The surrounding space completely exploded and was destroyed, turning into chaos. A pseudo-immortal weapon. The 9 demonic spiders are really generous. They actually took out a pseudo-immortal weapon. Someone exclaimed. Hello, everyone. Our public account will find gold and coins in red packets every day. You can receive them as long as you follow. The last benefit at the end of the year. Please seize the opportunity. Our public account, a pseudo-immortal weapon. Lu Ming's expression was extremely solemn. A pseudo-immortal weapon was a weapon that surpassed origin-level divine weapons. Generally speaking, it was a weapon exclusive to those who had transcended the immortal tribulation. It was extremely terrifying. How could anyone with the word immortal be simple? However, normally speaking, it would be very difficult for reciprocity experts to control pseudo-immortal weapons, nor would they be able to unleash the power of pseudo-immortal weapons. Clearly, the living beings in the Forbidden Grounds were not to be underestimated. They had most likely used some sort of secret technique to activate the quasi-immortal weapon. It's not a complete pseudo-immortal weapon. There are cracks. Lu Ming discovered that there were a few small cracks on the surface of the mirror. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice. It was a broken quasi-immortal weapon. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the 9 demonic spider was able to control a quasi-immortal armament. The mirror shone brightly as a beam of light shot towards Lu Ming. Dodge. Lu Ming's figure flickered rapidly, wanting to evade. However, it was as if he was locked in place. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't evade. He could only take it head-on. In an instant, the light beam approached Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no choice but to push his battle prowess to the limit, holding the spear with both hands and lashing out in the air. The war god's spear was even larger than a mountain. Divine light surrounded it as it struck the light pillar. Boom! Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated. At the same time, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His body emitted white smoke as if it was being burned and corroded. Even the top source-grade battle armor couldn't resist it. Holes appeared on it. A top source-grade battle armor was half destroyed. Even the war god's spear had dimmed, almost breaking. In just one move, Lu Ming was heavily injured. The power of a quasi-immortal weapon was beyond imagination. It was extremely terrifying. In fact, the nine-ined demonic spider was even more shocked. Lu Ming could actually survive one move. One had to know that this was a quasi-immortal weapon left behind by an expert who had undergone the second immortal tribulation. It was extremely powerful. Even if it was damaged, its power wasn't something that an ordinary Origin Realm cultivator could resist. Lu Ming could actually survive one move head-on. His vitality was truly terrifying. Continue. The nine-ined demonic spider roared. He wanted to continue using the quasi-immortal weapon to kill Lu Ming. If it weren't for the human king's broken sword being isolated, I would have broken your quasi-immortal weapon. Lu Ming snorted coldly. This time, he didn't wait for the opponent to attack again. He rushed in a direction. Swish! He and the spear became one, turning into a spear light that seemed eternal. On the other side, a formation soul wanted to stop him, but it was directly pushed back by Lu Ming. Stop him. He wants to break out of the encirclement. Someone roared. Stop him. Stop him with all your strength. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Area roared, especially the experts who had set up the source-grade formation. They directly dispersed the formation souls and turned into multicolored light that filled the sky. Like countless divine swords, they attacked Lu Ming. There were even joint attack formations that blocked in front of Lu Ming. Although the quasi-immortal weapon was powerful, it was too difficult to use. It required a certain amount of time. Break! Lu Ming went all out. All the cells in his body emitted multicolored light as if they were burning, raising his battle strength to the limit. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to break out of the encirclement or destroy the forbidden weapon domain before the opponent launched the second attack. Bam, 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 the terrifying attacks condensed by the source-grade formation were all broken by Lu Ming. Then, he directly hit a joint attack formation. This combined attack array was also a 9-man combined attack array. However, in the face of Lu Ming, who had raised his combat power to the maximum, it was completely useless. It was like a balloon that exploded when the spear gleam pierced through it. Swish! Lu Ming rushed in front of a huge formation flag. This formation flag was one of the foundations of the forbidden weapon domain. Oh no! The expressions of the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area changed drastically. Kill! Some people of the 9-ined demonic spider roared and desperately activated their quasi-immortal weapon. The broken mirror emitted a dazzling multicolored light again, forming a beam of light that shot towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming waved the war god's spear and ruthlessly struck the formation flag. Bam! Although this array flag was extremely sturdy, it could not withstand Lu Ming's attack. It simply exploded and turned into pieces. As long as one of the formation flags was shattered, the forbidden weapon domain would collapse. At this moment, the beam of light of the quasi-immortal weapon also appeared above Lu Ming's head. At this critical moment, Lu Ming finally regained contact with the human king's broken sword. In an instant, the human king's broken sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand and slashed at the sky. A shocking sword light erupted and slashed at the beam of light. With a puff, the beam of light was directly split open like a piece of rotten wood meeting a divine weapon. Now, it's my turn. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. The wings on his back flapped and his figure soared into the sky, rushing towards the quasi-immortal weapon and slashing out with his sword. Clang! The human king's broken sword slashed at the quasi-immortal weapon mirror. Immediately, the mirror shattered into pieces and scattered. The 9 demonic spiders who were controlling the quasi-immortal weapon all vomited large mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale. Run! Retreat! The 8 clans of the Forbidden Area roared and fled in all directions. Chapter 51:18. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Area immediately fled in all directions. As soon as they saw Lu Ming break through the forbidden weapon domain and reconnect with the human king's broken sword, they knew that they were done for. There was no way they could do anything to Lu Ming today. They could only run, or they would all die. Kill! Lu Ming roared, his killing intent soaring into the sky. The human king's broken sword slashed out with all its strength. A shocking sword light tore through the sky, as if it was splitting the universe. PFF PFF PFF, in an instant, 5 or 6 Origin Realm experts were killed. Their souls were annihilated, and they died on the spot. Next, Lu Ming flapped his wings and chased after them like a bolt of lightning. The human king's broken sword constantly slashed out. Every time he slashed out, at least 2 people were killed. Blood dyed the void. Scatter. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Area were terrified. They did not dare to gather together and scattered, afraid that they would be killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. Even so, there were still people who died at Lu Ming's hands. When Lu Ming was at the peak of the Divine Lord realm, he could use Genesis techniques and rely on the wings on his back to surpass these origins. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had skyrocketed to mid-origin realm. His origin power had increased by 100 times, and his speed had increased by too much. It was just too fast. They could only see a rainbow light flickering in the vast universe. It was faster than lightning, and every time it flickered, it would take at least 1 life. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Area were almost scared to death. They frantically fled. Ah! Some people screamed in fright. They found that they were like babies when facing Lu Ming. They were too weak. This situation made them despair. Some people even swore that as long as they could escape this time, they would hide in their headquarters for the next few hundred years. They would not provoke Lu Ming. As long as they could endure these few hundred years, Lu Ming would be dead once the origin power calamity was over. Old man, where do you think you're going? Lu Ming targeted an old man from the extreme fiend race. Lu Ming had wanted to kill this old man for a long time now. Unfortunately, he was always the loudest, and also the fastest to flee. But this time, Lu Ming would not let this person go. Ah, this old man is finished. The elder from the extreme evil clan screamed miserably. Then, Lu Ming struck him with his sword and killed him. This massacre lasted for a full half an hour. Lu Ming chased them for hundreds of millions of miles and killed a total of 151 origins before it finally came to an end. The storage bags and storage rings left behind by these people naturally fell into Lu Ming's hands. Among them, the most precious was the broken pseudo-immortal weapon. Although it had been shattered by Lu Ming, its fragments were still incomparably precious. If Qiuqiu ate it later, it would definitely be a great tonic. Of course, the treasures left behind by the 151 origins were also massive. Lu Ming didn't have the time to sort them out, so he collected them all. But Lu Ming didn't want to let it go just like that. He had already killed more than 250 origins from the 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands. There was no room for reconciliation with the 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands. They would not rest until one of them was dead. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands would never let Lu Ming go. They would kill Lu Ming as soon as they had the chance. Therefore, Lu Ming would never let the 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands go. He would kill them as soon as he had the chance. Now was a very good time. Now, those above the Middle Origin realm could not move freely. They were still in a state of self-restraint. Now that he was at the Middle Origin realm, he could be said to be invincible. What would happen if he killed his way to the headquarters of the 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands? He would do it right away. Even if he couldn't destroy the 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands, he would kill them until they were terrified and plunder a large amount of resources. This place was closest to the headquarters of the 9 demonic spider race, the 9 demonic ruins. Lu Ming directly rushed to the 9 demonic ruins. Lu Ming's figure moved, directly tearing through space. His speed was extremely shocking. In just a day, Lu Ming arrived outside the 9 demonic ruins. After arriving at the 9 demonic ruins, Lu Ming knew he was overthinking things. That was because he could feel the terrifying aura of the 9 demonic ruins from afar. It was a kind of heart-stopping feeling. Lu Ming activated the demonic king rune and looked at the 9 demonic ruins. Immediately, the 9 demonic ruins changed in his eyes. Dense runes appeared. Those were formations. He was certain that they were all Origin Realm formations. They were connected to each other, rising and falling continuously. He didn't know just how many there were, but they enveloped the vast 9 demonic ruins. There was even an Origin Realm expert standing guard at every set distance. It could be said that the 9 demonic ruins was completely defended. Once a living being entered, it would enter the 9 demonic ruins, and all the source-level formations would be activated to launch a destructive attack. With so many Origin Realm formations activated at the same time, Lu Ming had reason to believe that any Origin Realm expert would die if they entered. Even ordinary immortal tribulation existences wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lu Ming naturally didn't think that the 9 demonic spiders were guarding against him. In truth, the 9 demonic spiders that were scattered by Lu Ming hadn't returned yet. Lu Ming had arrived at the 9 demonic ruins earlier than those people. It's most likely the people guarding the Outerverse. Lu Ming muttered. Now that the universe channel had opened, countless experts of the great cosmos had swarmed in. Even the various forbidden lands were on guard, not daring to relax. It was normal for them to set up heavy defenses in their headquarters. However, these Origin Realm formations are useless against me. Lu Ming muttered. The Demon King rune in his eyes flickered with a mysterious light. The secrets of these Origin Realm formations were completely exposed to Lu Ming. Soon, he discovered the loopholes of these Origin Realm formations. As long as he entered the 9 demonic ruins through these loopholes, he wouldn't alarm the 9 demonic spiders. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming restrained his aura and approached the 9 demonic ruins silently. He planned to enter the 9 demonic ruins through the loopholes of the array formation and secretly plunder the treasures of the 9 demonic ruins. But just as Lu Ming approached the 9 demonic ruins, his body couldn't help but tense up. His hair stood on end, and a chill rushed from the bottom of his heart to the top of his head. Danger, extreme danger. It was as if some primordial beast was awakening at the center of the 9 demonic ruins. Lu Ming sensed a terrifying consciousness shrouding the entire 9 demonic ruins. It was constantly circulating. Lu Ming was certain that no living creature that entered the 9 demonic ruins would be able to escape the shroud of this consciousness. Lu Ming retreated without hesitation. He only heaved a long sigh of relief when he was far away. Suddenly, he realized that his whole body was cold. He had just broken out in a cold sweat. Even at his level, he was covered in cold sweat. It was obvious how nervous he was just now. There's a terrifying expert among the 9 demonic spiders. Its consciousness has awakened and shrouded the entire 9 demonic ruins, Lu Ming muttered. He already knew that some terrifying existences were still sealed and couldn't come out, but their consciousnesses could already appear. There were such existences in the Enchanting divine realm. Back then, when the 8 clans of the Forbidden Land besieged the Enchanting divine realm and wanted to kill Lu Ming, a few ancestors' consciousnesses appeared in the Enchanting divine realm and stood on Lu Ming's side, wanting to protect him. Chapter 51:19. Now, in the Azure divine realm, a terrifying existence's consciousness had manifested and shrouded the 9 demonic ruins. Obviously, it was guarding against the Outerverse powerhouses. Obviously, the 9 demonic spider was very cautious. After all, the universe was vast, and there were all kinds of creatures. Even if there were creatures that could break through various arrays and silently enter the 9 demonic ruins, they would not be surprised. This was because the 9 demonic spider knew that there were such creatures in the cosmic sea that could ignore all kinds of arrays. Therefore, they had a terrifying ancestor's consciousness that shrouded the 9 demonic ruins. This way, they would be foolproof. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and decisively retreated. Even if he was a human king, it would not work. The waters of the Forbidden Lands were too deep, and this was the headquarters of the Forbidden Lands. Who knew what would happen if he barged in? One had to know that in the prehistoric continent, human kings would be injured if they trampled on the Forbidden Lands. After leaving the 9 demonic ruins, Lu Ming did not return to the Azure Divine Realm. Instead, he headed towards the land of extreme evil. He still wanted to try his luck. However, when he approached the land of extreme evil, he stopped in his tracks. This was because the land of extreme evil was the same as the 9 demonic ruins. It was also covered in layers of arrays, and a terrifying existence's consciousness had manifested and shrouded the entire land of extreme evil. It seemed that Lu Ming's plan was going to fail. The universe was too chaotic now. Even the major Forbidden Lands were on guard and did not dare to relax. Needless to say, most of the other Forbidden Lands were the same. Lu Ming could not be bothered to make a wasted trip. Therefore, he could not help but think of the Heaven Destroyer's base. How was the Heaven Destroyer's base now? Lu Ming was glad that the few universe passageways were in the Western universe. There were no universe passageways in the Eastern universe. Moreover, the Eastern and Western universes were separated by a vast void zone. The living beings of the Outerverse should not have gone to the Eastern universe yet. Although there were 3 Forbidden Lands in the Eastern universe, a portion of the Heaven Destroyer's early-stage origin source would awaken. With the Dandan Source Great Array, it should be enough to protect itself. However, Lu Ming was still a little worried. He planned to wait until his cultivation was stronger before returning to the Eastern universe. It was only a matter of time before the Outerverse living beings would head to the Eastern universe, and chaos would ensue there as well. Lu Ming left the land of extreme evil and returned to the Azure Divine Realm. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is back. He broke through. He successfully broke through under the crisis of origin energy and reached reciprocity. He even reached mid-reciprocity and killed many experts from the 8 races. Terrifying. What a miracle. Lu Ming's return to the Azure Divine Realm caused a huge commotion. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. News of Lu Ming being surrounded by the 8 clans of the Forbidden Land and then breaking through to the mid-stage of reciprocity at the critical moment and killing the 8 clans of the Forbidden Land spread. After all, there were so many people from the 8 clans in the Forbidden area. If even one of them revealed a little to their disciples or friends, it would be very easy for the news to spread. This news was too shocking. As soon as it was released, it spread throughout the universe at the speed of a hurricane. When Lu Ming went to the 9 demonic ruins and the land of extreme evil and returned to the Azure Divine Realm from there, the news had already spread like wildfire. This was too shocking. Even the living beings of the Outerverse were shocked. Lu Ming had just suppressed everyone on the sky trampling platform and seized the highest platform, and then he had caused such a huge commotion. Not only had he broken through under the crisis of origin energy, but he had also reached mid-reciprocity in one go. This speed was simply terrifying. Such a freak would attract the attention of the world even in the top great cosmoses of the cosmic sea. Everyone knew that an extraordinary freak had risen. As long as he did not die, his future achievements would be immeasurable. Would there be another human monarch in the antediluvian universe? Don't worry. The antediluvian universe core has shattered, and no one knows where it is. The laws of the entire universe are incomplete. No matter how talented he is, it will be difficult for him to transcend and become an immortal. Someone from the great cosmos sneered. Everyone nodded. It was indeed so. Some people felt sad for Lu Ming. With such talent, if placed in a complete great cosmos, his achievements would be limitless. It was not impossible for another human monarch to appear. Unfortunately, the great cosmos was shattered, and the laws were incomplete. At most, he would only be able to transcend the immortal tribulation. It would be difficult for him to transcend and become an immortal. In such an environment, it would be useless even if his talent was 10 times stronger. How ridiculous. It's impossible for him to transcend the immortal tribulation. Once the crisis of origin is over, he will definitely die. People from the 8 clans of the Forbidden Zone spread the news. This matter caused a stir for a few days before it died down. This was because everyone's attention had shifted to another major event. A group of geniuses was about to start breaking through. Yes, most of the geniuses who had obtained the fortune on the sky trampling platform were ready to give it a try. However, the truth was cruel. Several geniuses who had tried at the beginning had failed and turned into ashes under the Great Crisis of Origin. The Great Crisis of Origin did not become violent again because of Lu Ming's breakthrough. It was similar to when Tian Chong had broken through, but it was still extremely difficult. Several geniuses who had broken through 4 times had their bodies and souls destroyed. This cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Some geniuses who were about to break through had no choice but to stop, not daring to rashly break through. However, not everyone was frightened. There were still people who were very confident in themselves and believed that they were unparalleled. Even if their combat strength was inferior to others, they would not be inferior in other aspects and would definitely be able to break through. However, 7 or 8 people tried to break through in a row, but all of them died. None of them succeeded. There was even an existence who had broken through 5 times who had failed. The success rate of breaking through was shockingly low. This seemed to prove that Shi Tianting was extraordinary back then. Although Shi Tianting was the first to break through, the Great Crisis of Origin had not yet become violent and was not that powerful. However, one had to know that Shi Tianting had not obtained the fortune of the sky trampling platform. It could only be said that Shi Tianting's combat strength might not be as good as some people's, but he was definitely top-notch in other aspects. His physical body and soul, as well as his own willpower and so on. The continuous failure of many people finally made many people stop. The success rate of breaking through in the current environment was too low. It was simply a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. They were all peerless geniuses. Although breaking through under the Great Crisis of Origin would give them endless benefits, once they failed, there would be nothing. The price was too great. With their talent and potential, even if they did not break through under the Great Crisis of Origin, their achievements would still be shocking. Moreover, breaking through under the Great Crisis of Origin was just a kind of fortune. In the future, they might be able to obtain other fortunes that were even greater than this. They might not be inferior to those who broke through under the Great Crisis of Origin. However, not everyone was deterred. For example, people like the Ancestral Awakening Immortal Bone and Divine Wushuang, who were more ambitious than the sky, did not want to fall behind others. They also believed that they would not be inferior to others. Since Lu Ming could succeed, they could too. Chapter 51-20. The atavistic Immortal Bone and Divine Peerless had coincidentally chosen to break through on the same day. This attracted the attention of the entire world. Everyone was paying attention, wanting to see if the 2 of them would succeed. In the battle on the heaven trampling platform, the 2 of them were experts second only to Lu Ming. It could even be said that they were not necessarily weaker than Lu Ming. They were just restrained. For example, although Divine Peerless had lost to Lu Ming, he had defeated the atavistic Immortal Bone. However, if the atavistic Immortal Bone faced Lu Ming would most likely not be his opponent. The 2 of them had failed partly due to luck. Therefore, everyone wanted to see if the 2 of them could succeed. On this day, the place where the 2 of them broke through was filled with a sea of people. The final results shocked the entire universe. The atavistic Immortal Bone had failed, and his soul had dissipated. He had completely died, but his body had not dissipated. The golden Immortal Bone had been preserved. This shocked everyone. If other people failed in their breakthroughs, nothing would be left. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed, and they would completely dissipate. However, the atavistic Immortal Bone's body had been perfectly preserved. This made people wonder if it really was the skeleton of an immortal. Moreover, the people of the Great Bone Cosmos solemnly collected the atavistic Immortal Bone's body. Some people said that the people of the Great Bone Cosmos would bring the immortal bone back and place it in a secret place of the cosmos to be nurtured. After countless years, the immortal bone might even give birth to a new intelligence, giving birth to a new peerless genius. This shocked many people of the cosmos. It turned out that the atavistic immortal bone could be used repeatedly. As long as it was not destroyed, it could repeatedly give birth to a peerless genius. The failure of the atavistic immortal bone made even more people turn their attention to Divine Peerless. Before long, news spread that Divine Peerless had succeeded, and he had broken through to reciprocity alive. He was the first genius to succeed after Lu Ming. However, after Divine Peerless succeeded, his cultivation was only at the peak of early reciprocity. He did not reach mid-reciprocity like Lu Ming. As for the grade of Divine Peerless origin root, outsiders did not know. They were all guessing whether it was mid-grade or high-grade. Divine Peerless success gave the others confidence. Afterwards, people tried to break through to reciprocity one after another. However, most of them failed, and no one was able to succeed. Not even those who had broken through 5 times could succeed. Lu Ming did not pay attention to any of this. He went into seclusion after returning to the Azure Sacred Realm. He sorted out the storage rings and pouches he had obtained this time. His harvest was shocking. In addition to the number of origins he had killed previously, he now had a total of over 250. These were all creatures from the Forbidden Grounds. Each and every one of them had an source-grade weapon, and some of them even had more than one. In total, there were more than 400 source-grade divine weapons, and there was no lack of top-tier source-grade divine weapons. In addition, there were 8 complete sets of origin-grade joint attack formation carriers. These were all astonishing gains. If he brought these source-grade divine weapons back to the Heaven Destroyer, he would be able to arm the Heaven Destroyer to the teeth. Of course, this was only a part of the harvest. There were also precious materials, divine pills, source-level divine herbs, immortal crystals and immortal stones. What Lu Ming valued the most were still the soul-grade divine herbs and immortal crystals. These two things both contained origin imprints. Origin realm existences could directly absorb and refine them to increase their cultivation. Lu Ming's seclusion this time was mainly to refine the soul-grade divine herbs and immortal crystals to increase his cultivation. Although his progress was fast enough, reaching mid-reciprocity as soon as he broke through, he still felt that it was not enough. He needed to rise even faster. The universe was in chaos. Once the origin tribulation was over, the primitive universe would usher in a shocking storm. He was filled with a sense of crisis and urgency. He was still too weak. He did not have the time to cultivate slowly. He needed to rise quickly. Lu Ming waved his hand and dozens of immortal crystals exploded. Strands of special airflow appeared from the shattered crystals. They were like runes, but also like the laws of order. These were origin imprints. Lu Ming opened his mouth and inhaled. These origin imprints were all sucked into Lu Ming's mouth. Then, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Lu Ming's body was shrouded in a layer of mist. The origin imprints in the immortal crystals and soul-grade divine herbs were not energy. They could not be absorbed and refined like energy. They needed to be comprehended. Yes, they needed to be comprehended. Only after comprehending could they be converted into origin energy and strengthen one's own origin energy. Therefore, everyone's conversion rate for immortal crystals and soul-grade divine herbs was different. For example, if an immortal crystal's origin imprint was divided into 10 parts, not everyone could absorb and refine all of it. Ordinary people could only absorb and refine 20%. That was because one needed to comprehend these origin imprints. The more one comprehended, the more one would be able to absorb. Comprehending 20% meant that one could only absorb 20%. Comprehending 30% meant that one could only absorb 30%. The rest would dissipate into the world. The higher one's talent, the higher one's comprehension ability, and the higher the conversion rate. Lu Ming's current comprehension ability was too terrifying. These origin imprints circulated in his body. After a period of time, they were converted into forbidden origin energy. Lu Ming's forbidden origin energy was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Ming estimated that the conversion rate had reached 80%. If this news were to spread, it would definitely scare countless creatures to death. One should know that the conversion rate for ordinary origin energy was only 20%. If one could reach 30%, one would be considered to be talented. If one could reach 40%, one would be a genius. If one could reach 50%, one would be a peerless monster. However, Lu Ming had reached 80%. This was already incredible. However, Lu Ming still sighed. He was a little dissatisfied because he had wasted 20%. He felt the pinch. Was it easy for him to obtain these resources? His heart was bleeding from the waste of 20%. If others knew what he was thinking, they would probably beat him to death. How could it be so infuriating? After a period of time, Lu Ming refined dozens of immortal crystals. Lu Ming felt that his cultivation level had improved a little. He had taken a small step forward on the foundation of the mid-stage of the source realm. He had only just reached mid-reciprocity. He was still very far away from late reciprocity. However, with his cultivation speed, Lu Ming believed that he would reach late reciprocity very soon. With a wave of his hand, several dozen more immortal crystals flew out before exploding. Lu Ming absorbed the origin imprints inside. Just like that, Lu Ming entered deep seclusion. He constantly absorbed and refined the immortal crystals and soul-grade divine herbs. Time passed quickly, and 10 years passed. In the past 10 years, Lu Ming had refined all the immortal crystals and source-level divine herbs on him. Only then did he raise his cultivation level to the peak of the mid-reciprocity stage. He did not reach the late reciprocity stage as he had expected. There were not enough resources. The resources I've consumed are just too terrifying. Is this the price to pay for a high-level origin root? Lu Ming had a bitter expression on his face. Chapter 51-21. He killed more than 250 of the Forbidden Land's 8 clans' origin sources, plundering their treasures, obtaining immortal crystals and origin-level divine medicines. It couldn't be said to be a small amount, extremely shocking. It was enough for ordinary origin sources to use for a long time. However, he had only used 10 years, and he had only gone from mid-reciprocity to the peak of mid-reciprocity. He hadn't even advanced a single level. It could only be said that the resources he consumed for cultivation were too terrifying. The higher the grade of the origin root, the more terrifying the resources consumed for cultivation. Lu Ming's origin root was a high-grade origin root. The resources he consumed were at least 100 times more than those of low-grade origin roots. This was also because his conversion rate had reached 80%. Otherwise, even if he consumed all the immortal crystals and source-grade divine herbs, he wouldn't be able to reach peak mid-origin. Looks like I have to go out and search for resources. Otherwise, my cultivation speed will be even slower if I cultivate step by step. Lu Ming muttered. It wasn't impossible for origin realm existences to advance without immortal crystals and source-grade divine herbs. For example, through the universe bridge, one's consciousness could enter the universe ocean and comprehend the origin in the universe ocean. Most people at the peak of the Almighty Master stage did this. However, cultivating like this was too slow. It required a very long time to accumulate. At the same time, origin realm existences could directly refine the origin spirit medicinal liquid to increase their cultivation. The origin spirit medicinal liquid could be directly absorbed without wasting a single drop. However, the origin spirit medicinal liquid was too rare. A peak source-grade divine herb could only be refined into a single drop per month. It wasn't enough for Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming, you've come out of seclusion. I have something I need your help with. Not long after Lu Ming came out of seclusion, he encountered a few old men. Lu Ming knew them. They were all origin realm existences in the Ashen Azure divine realm. Lu Ming had a good impression of these people. Back when the Tsangqing divine realm was besieged by the 8 clans of the Forbidden Land, some of them advocated for Lu Ming to be handed over, while some of them were adamant about not letting him go. These few elders were among them. Seniors, please speak, Lu Ming said with a smile. Recently, we've been attacking a ruin. This ruin definitely contains many treasures, but there are people from other universes competing for it. We'd like to ask for your help in attacking this ruin. A red-haired old man explained. Attacking the ruins? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This remnant isn't particularly large. It shouldn't be too dangerous. Thinking that Lu Ming was hesitating, the red-haired elder explained. All right, let's go together. Lu Ming said. It just so happened that he was lacking resources. These ruins were all left behind by the powerful forces of the Great Desolate Continent. There might be a large amount of resources inside. Even if no one invited him, Lu Ming planned to walk around. Seeing Lu Ming agree, the old men were overjoyed. Lu Ming's current cultivation was at mid-reciprocity. He could be described as the only one in the universe, and his battle prowess was extremely great. In a sense, Lu Ming could be called the #1 expert in the universe. With his help, they wouldn't have to fear the other universes, and their chances of success would be greatly increased. Immediately, they set off towards the ruins. A few days later, they arrived at a fragment of a continent. Now, the continent fragments of the Great Desolate Universe were all gathering together. Some of the closer ones had already gathered together to form a larger continent. However, the vast universe was too vast. The distance between many continent fragments was boundless. It would take a long time for them to gather together. This fragment of a continent would slowly drift in a certain direction, and one day, it would stick together with the other fragments of a continent. In the center of the continent fragment, there was a large mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. On the way, the old man had already explained the situation of the ruins to Lu Ming in detail. This ruin came from a huge immortal dynasty of the human race during the Great Desolate Continent. It was called the Qingyang Immortal Dynasty. Those with the name Immortal were all incredible. This immortal dynasty was definitely overseen by an immortal. In fact, the Qingyang Immortal Dynasty was extremely powerful during the Great Desolate Continent. It could be ranked in the top 10 among all the orthodoxies of the human race. This was definitely incredible. For example, an orthodoxy like the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, which occupied a grotto heaven, couldn't even be ranked in the top 10 among the major forces of the human race. Although there were human kings in the Great Desolate Continent who ruled the world, they didn't unite the human race. However, the human king did not create a unified force of the human race. Instead, he divided it into many different forces and different orthodoxies. Human king was an honorific title. It was a title given to those who had made great contributions to the human race. They were respected by the majority of the human race. They weren't called human kings only if they founded an immortal dynasty of the human race. In fact, among the 3 human kings, only human king Shenyuan founded an orthodoxy. The other 2, human king Xingxi and ancient queen Xingxi, didn't found any orthodoxies. They were lone wolves. Of course, human kings were respected by the world. If there was a big matter, they would definitely gather heroes with a single command. At that time, the human race was divided into many orthodoxies of different sizes. Heroes ruled over their own areas. The Immortal Dynasty and Immortal sects ruled over their own areas. They were extremely brilliant. For the Qingyang Immortal Dynasty to be ranked in the top 10 of the orthodoxies of the human race, it was unknown how strong it was. Legend had it that there was a king overseeing it. Of course, this king didn't mean the king of human kings. The ruins left behind by the Qingyang Immortal Dynasty were absolutely shocking. Of course, the ruins in front of them weren't the immortal capital of the Qingyang Immortal Dynasty, but the residence of a general of the Qingyang Immortal Dynasty. If it was really the immortal capital of the Qingyang Immortal Dynasty, heroes would have gathered long ago. It wouldn't be up to the Tsangqing Immortal Realm to fight for it. However, if it was really the immortal capital of the Qingyang Immortal Dynasty, the danger level would rise sharply. With their current strength, they wouldn't dare to attack it. The ruins in front of them were just the residence of a general of the Qingyang Immortal Dynasty. The danger level was much lower. This was also the reason why the Tsangqing Immortal Realm dared to attack it now. The world has changed with the passage of time. The residence of the general of the Qingyang immortal dynasty is buried in this mountain range. It's surrounded by restrictions. Every step is filled with killing intent. In addition, the Qingyang immortal dynasty is good at refining stone puppets to fight for them. There are many stone puppets in this ruin. When we were excavating, we were attacked. Although countless years have passed, they still have a strong combat strength. They can't be underestimated. The few old men continued to introduce. Lu Ming nodded and memorized each and every one of them. Let's go over there. Our people are over there. The few old men led the way. Soon, Lu Ming saw a large group of people. There were more than 200 of them, and they were all Origin Realm experts. Such ruins were very dangerous. Those below the Origin Realm didn't dare to participate at all. They would die if they moved. Seeing Lu Ming's arrival, the people of the Tsangqing Immortal Realm were overjoyed. They were much more confident. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in the depths of the mountain range. A dozen figures rushed out quickly. Chapter 51-22. More than a dozen figures charged out from the depths of the mountain range. They were all experts of the Ash and Azure Divine Realm. Watch out! There are stone puppets coming out. Work together to destroy them. Among the dozen or so people, one of them shouted. Attack! The 200 people outside circulated their origin energy and their source-grade weapons buzzed as they prepared for battle. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, Lu Ming felt the ground rumble. Some giants were charging over from behind the dozen people. At a closer look, they weren't giants at all. They were clearly stone golems. Each of them was over a dozen meters tall and wielded a stone weapon. Every step they took caused the ground to rumble as they pursued the dozen people. Lu Ming knew that these were stone puppets. There were a total of 13 of them. Very soon, the two sides drew close. Attack! An old man from the Ash and Azure Divine Realm yelled. Over 200 Origin Realm experts attacked at the same time, sending out dazzling beams of light that bombarded the 13 stone puppets. Boom! 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 The 13 stone puppets were blown away and smashed into the ground. But very soon, the 13 stone puppets stood back up as if nothing had happened. At a closer look, only a few shallow marks could be seen on the stone puppets' bodies. What a tough body. An attack from a reciprocity expert has only left behind a shallow mark, Jian Chen sighed. Lu Ming was rather surprised. Without a doubt, these stone puppets were left behind from the previous epoch. It was already rare for them to be able to survive without rotting, but they still had such a strong defense. It was truly shocking. However, with this obstruction, the dozen or so people managed to escape and regroup with the others. Attack again. Whoosh! Whoosh! This time, everyone directly sent out their source-grade weapons. Several hundred source-grade weapons struck the 13 stone puppets, causing clanging sounds and sparks to fly. Stone fragments constantly flew out from the 13 stone puppets. Some of the source-grade weapons were even peak source-grade weapons. They were even more powerful and could directly smash large pieces of stone. In the end, the 13 stone puppets were destroyed under the combined attacks of over 200 reciprocity experts. They were reduced to pieces. There's a region of stone puppets inside. They've all been lured out and destroyed. We can explore that region now. One of the dozen people who had just run out said. Let's go. We'll leave some people behind to guard the place. We'll go in and take a look. Immediately, about 100 people headed into the mountain range. Lu Ming followed. On the way, Lu Ming activated the Fey Monarch the Arch Rune. Instantly, his surroundings changed in his eyes. Above the mountain range, dense runes appeared, forming a powerful restriction. However, many of the restrictions outside had already been broken. Clearly, it was broken by someone from the Azure Divine Realm. However, in the depths of the mountain range, there were dense runes that formed even more complete restrictions. Soon, they arrived at an area. The restrictions in this area were also destroyed, and they saw a large number of ancient buildings. Those buildings were all dilapidated and decayed. From the looks of it, they had experienced a great battle back then. They walked in and began to investigate. Then, they saw some withered bones. With a light touch, they were weathered away and turned into powder. The creatures who died here weren't very strong. They must have been implicated when the universe collapsed. At the end of the Eldritch era, there were wars everywhere in the universe. The experts were all conscripted to participate in the war. Those who remained were not very strong. Unfortunately, when the universe collapsed, those who were not strong enough could not survive at all. Several elders sighed. These old men had lived for a very long time. Their ancestors had lived since the era of the Great Desolate Continent. Their ancestors had once told them about their experiences back in the Great Desolate Continent. That was an era of despair. The flames of war raged. The strong had gone to war, while the weak stayed behind. Unfortunately, in the end, the Eldritch era was destroyed and the heart of the universe exploded. Destructive power swept across the entire universe. Under such destructive power, the weak could not survive at all. How desperate that was. Only an extremely small number of living beings were able to survive. They investigated and found some broken source-level divine weapons. To be honest, the Firmament Divine Realm experts were not interested in these broken source-level divine weapons, but Lu Ming would not let them go. He quietly collected a lot of them. Qiuqiu's appetite was too big. These were food for Qiuqiu. Thinking of this, Lu Ming could not help but look at his wrist. After so many years, Qiuqiu still did not move. It turned into a bracelet and wore it on Lu Ming's wrist. Lu Ming was really worried. Back then, Qiuqiu swallowed the Human King's broken sword too forcefully. What was the Human King's broken sword? That was the sword of the Human King Xianyuan, a genuine immortal weapon. No matter how talented Qiuqiu was, it could not eat too much. Lu Ming was really worried that something would happen to Qiuqiu. But now, Lu Ming had no better idea. He could only wait. He hoped that Qiuqiu could make it. Lu Ming had a feeling that if Qiuqiu could not make it, it would definitely be incredible. This is only the periphery of the ruins. If it were the center of the ruins, there would definitely be treasures left behind. After all, this is the residence of a general. Even if the general of the Qingyang immortal dynasty is not an immortal, he is definitely an incredible existence who has crossed multiple immortal tribulations. Unfortunately, there are too many restrictions here. It's easier said than done to break them. Many people sighed. Perhaps, I have a way to break these restrictions. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. You have a way? Many people looked at Lu Ming. Yes, I can see the weaknesses of these restrictions, but I still need the seniors to attack these weaknesses to break these restrictions. Lu Ming said. The people of the Azure Divine Realm were shocked that Lu Ming could see the weaknesses of the restrictions. What kind of talent was that? However, they did not ask too much. They knew very well that a genius like Lu Ming must have a lot of secrets. If he did not say it himself, they would not ask. Of course. The people of the Azure Divine Realm nodded. Then, Lu Ming left the place and headed towards the depths of the ruins. Lu Ming activated the demonic Monarch Emperor rune. His eyes lit up and the restrictions around him were revealed in his eyes. 30 meters to the right, 136 meters to the left, attack the void 858 meters in front. Lu Ming kept pointing out the weaknesses of the restrictions. The experts of the Azure Divine Realm attacked, sending out dazzling rays of light that bombarded the places pointed out by Lu Ming. Boom! 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 Explosions occurred in these places. Then, the restrictions were broken one by one and the runes were dissipating. It's broken. The restrictions are broken. There was no lack of experts who were proficient in array formations. At this moment, they shouted in surprise. The others were also ecstatic. Especially the few old men who looked for Lu Ming previously. This time, it was the right choice to ask Lu Ming to come with them. Chapter 51-23. Lu Ming pointed out the weaknesses of the restrictions with his demonic monarch runes, and the experts of the Enchanting divine realm attacked those weaknesses, easily breaking the restrictions. Layers of restrictions were broken as they continued to go deeper into the ruins. Large pieces of dilapidated buildings appeared in front of them. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the ground rumbled as burly figures appeared and pounced on Lu Ming and the others. It was the stone puppets. There were at least 50 of them. Let's retreat and meet up with the others to deal with these stone puppets. An old man shouted. They didn't have enough manpower and would be at a great disadvantage against 50 to 60 stone puppets. They had to meet up with the people outside and kill the stone puppets together. They quickly retreated and spread the news. Soon, they retreated and the stone puppets chased after them. The hundreds of experts outside were ready and launched a fierce attack when they saw the stone puppets. Lu Ming and the others also stopped attacking. However, the 50 to 60 stone puppets had amazing combat power. They were able to close the distance and break the formation of the Enchanting divine realm. Bam! A stone puppet held a stone knife and sent a Enchanting divine realm expert flying with a strike, causing him to cough up blood. Set up the combined attack array. Someone shouted. Immediately, many people began to set up the combined attack array. However, there weren't many people left in the Enchanting divine realm from the primeval age, so there weren't many combined attack arrays left. There were only 3 combined attack arrays and there were very few people. 2 of them were 3-man combined attack arrays and 1 was 5-man combined attack array. The combined attack array was powerful and immediately sent many stone puppets flying. The others gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and barely managed to stabilize the situation. Buzz! Lu Ming held the god of combat spear and charged forward, striking a stone puppet with his spear. Lu Ming's current combat power was so powerful that he immediately sent the stone puppet flying. Dense cracks appeared on its body. Bam! The stone puppet smashed into the ground and shattered like porcelain. Buzz buzz buzz, Lu Ming kept waving the war god's spear and attacking the stone puppets. Every time he struck, a stone puppet would be destroyed. SSS, the others sucked in a cold breath. Lu Ming's battle prowess was too terrifying. They knew how tough these stone puppets were. They needed to continuously attack with source-grade weapons before they could break through. But in Lu Ming's hands, they were so weak that one of them exploded with a single move. It was as if they were porcelain. In the end, all 50 to 60 stone puppets were defeated. More than half of the stone puppets were defeated by Lu Ming alone, shocking the experts of the Azure Divine Territory. Soon after, they repeated the same trick and entered the depths of the mountain range. Lu Ming saw through the weakness of the restrictions while the others attacked and broke through the restrictions. When there were stone puppets, they would lure them outside, and everyone would attack together to destroy them. Just like that, Lu Ming and the others broke through the restrictions in this direction. Large amounts of ancient ruins were exposed. Bang! Bang bang! Lu Ming and the others once again defeated a group of stone puppets. Good, the stone puppets in this area have basically been cleaned up. Next, we can explore this area. An old man said with a smile on his face. This time, little brother Lu Ming has contributed the most. I suggest that if there is any harvest later, half of it will be given to little brother Lu Ming. What do you all think? Another old man suggested. I have no objection. I think so too. Everyone nodded. Even if some of them were not satisfied, they could not bring it up. This time, it was true that Lu Ming had made the greatest contribution. Moreover, it was not just half of it. Lu Ming had seen through the weaknesses of the restrictions. Without Lu Ming, they did not know how long it would have taken them to break through. Needless to say, more than half of the stone puppets were defeated by Lu Ming. It could be said that Lu Ming's contribution alone was greater than the others combined. It was reasonable to share half of the harvest with Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not refuse. Now was not the time to be pretentious. He urgently needed a large amount of resources to improve his cultivation. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, rainbow lights flickered in that direction as a large number of figures came over. In the next moment, hundreds of figures appeared in the sky. It's the people of Mo Shang Great Cosmos. The faces of the people of Ashen Azure Divine Territory changed drastically. The Ashen Azure Divine Territory was not the only one that had taken a fancy to this ruin. There were also two other forces that were from the Outerverse. The three forces had fought over this place previously and had engaged in a great battle. In the end, they had discussed and decided to divide this place equally. Each of them had chosen a direction and would rely on their own abilities. Whoever could break through the restrictions and obtain the treasures would have it. Mo Shang Great Cosmos was one of the forces. This was a great cosmos from the underworld. It was not ranked high in the underworld, but it was a complete great cosmos after all. There were still many experts there. These hundreds of people were all early-stage Origin Realm existences. This is the territory of my Ashen Azure Divine Territory. What are you doing here? Asked an old man of Ashen Azure Divine Territory. This is clearly an ownerless land. When did it become your territory? Now, this direction belongs to us. You can leave. In Mo Shang Great Cosmos, a purple-haired youth laughed. What? You want this place? The three of us have discussed this before. Each of us will choose a direction and rely on our own abilities. Are you trying to break your promise? The people of Ashen Azure Divine Territory were furious. What discussion? I wasn't around when you guys were discussing this. Now that I'm here, I don't agree with that agreement. Now, I want this area. Get lost. The purple-haired youth had his hands behind his back with a look of contempt. He had received news that the people of Ashen Azure Divine Territory seemed to have broken through the restrictions here. He was overjoyed when he heard that and immediately rushed over with his men. He was determined to get this area. Damn it. This guy must know that we have broken through the restrictions here and wants to take it away. Damn it. He wants to reap without sowing? No way. There are many more experts in Mo Shang Great Cosmos than before. No wonder he's so arrogant. The people of Ashen Azure Divine Territory discussed. They were furious, but they were also fearful. In the past, the number of people in Mo Shang Great Cosmos was far less than now. They could handle it. However, the number of people in Mo Shang Great Cosmos had doubled now. Their strength was far above theirs. I'm advising you nicely. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't think that you can resist us. The human race is no longer the human race of the prehistoric continent. You have to recognize yourselves. You are just the descendants of some people struggling at death's door. The purple-haired youth sneered with a mocking expression. What did you say? Bastard. How dare you insult us? Many people were furious. Why? Do you want to fight? The purple-haired youth sneered and waved his hand. Immediately, hundreds of experts of Mo Shang Great Cosmos unleashed their auras. The void shook as a terrifying aura pressed down on the people of Ashen Azure Divine Territory.